had to make sure. Okay, everything should be back up and running. Everything should be back up and running. I will let everyone ease themselves in. Welcome back. Ugh. I wonder what this says. I know I'll ask Crumpy. Damn, where's everybody? Ain't no one coming back. What the fuck? What's going on? I'm live. I'm live. Okay, Eddie Man's here. I guess I'll let me post this, I guess. I'll just post it on Twitter. Talking about a rent-a-girlfriend. Season 5 news and doing some more analysis. Chapter 408. Come and join. Dude, I feel really tired and kind of hot. The house is like hot. What the fuck? Maybe I need to like turn on the air conditioning or something. I feel really hot. Son of a mother. Okay, grab this. Copy link, paste, and go. Okay, I guess we'll start with season 5. Okay, so season 5 was announced. They showed this new key visual for it. It comes out in April. So there you go. Anyone waiting for season 5, it releases in April. Weirdly enough, I do recall saying like it might release in spring. I don't know why I thought it would release in spring, but I kind of had that like weird gut feeling. I'm like, oh, it might release in spring, and shocking, it released in spring. This is actually getting a lot of traction now. The moment of destiny is what it says. Oh, wow. Well, I guess shit's about to kick into gear, so it makes sense. Hello, welcome. Now the moment of destiny. Okay, that's cool. Makes sense. Literally, so I think, okay, so I gotta talk about some shit. This is kind of funny to me. It's framed like a fucking wrestling match. It's framed like a big fucking match. Like it's like, oh shit, it's gonna go the fuck down, bro. Like literally, this is it. This is that fucking match, brother. Like this kind of vibe it kind of gives you. It's like Chizuru and Mommy are about to have like a wrestling match or some shit. It's getting you like all hyped up. So the visual is kind of funny in that way. It's Batman v Superman poster. Okay, it's not that cringe. It's not that cringe. But the poster is kind of goofy. However, I will point out, I do think there are some genuinely, like, I think it knows it's kind of funny and it's using that to its own effect, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's taking itself very seriously. Like there, in some ways, it's taking itself very seriously. But the fact that it says like literally the moment of destiny, like it's very intense. It's very intense. You know, I don't know. I feel like not even like Reishi like frames it like that. So it's framed like really. really, really intense, you know, and I'm not quite sure what to make of that, but whatever. I will talk about some interesting stuff. Kana does do a very good job with this, visually speaking, because there's a lot of subtlety in front of your face. In particular, look at how mommy leans in and like, you know, she has that like light smile and she has that like attitude. Everything about her body posture and everything gives you that attitude that she's the one in control. In contrast, you look at Chizuru, she's looking down at mommy, but Chizuru is more rigid and Chizuru is blushing, whereas mommy isn't really blushing. She's like smiling, she's in control. It comes off as very manipulative. One thing I think a lot of people missed is that you'll notice you can see both of Chizuru's hands, and she's like, it's the way Chizuru is holding her hand doesn't necessarily earnest. Earnest is kind of like this. You hold your hands like this. This is earnest. Chizuru is holding her hand like this. So that comes off as like she's more rigid and a little more worried, which makes a lot more sense. Chizuru is a little bit more scared here. So Chizuru is actually a little more timid here. And she's there's an interesting difference between mommy and what Chizuru are doing. If you pay attention to their hands, mommy puts one hand behind her back, and you can see one of her hands, but you can't see her other hand. She's literally hiding her hand. Like, it's literally cut off from the screen. You can't see her other hand. Chizuru, in contrast, has one hand covering the other, and it's almost like she doesn't really have a card to play, but she's almost at the same time hiding a hand in plain sight, which is kind of, you know, Chizuru's thing is like she kind of takes control of the situation without by not realizing the hand she actually had on her, whereas mommy is, you know, hiding her hand, because what ends up happening on her other hand is mommy's smartphone, if you guys remember. And what does mommy do? She drops her smartphone, and then Nagomi looks at it and everything explodes and gets out of hand. So that's pretty much what's happening here. You know, there's of course like the emphasis on their figures. There's of course like the emphasis on their figures, because of course Kana's emphasizing that. But to me, it almost feels like it's the body posture speaks more. Like there's an earnestness to Chizuru, but she's a lot more rigid, whereas mommy is like a lot more relaxed. You know, and Chizuru is defensive, but like very earnest. So yeah, I like that. You know, mommy acts like she's in control, but she's not really in control. Chizuru, in contrast, looks like she doesn't have control. In reality, she has a lot more control than she realizes. And that's pretty much what it's being conveyed to you here. Mommy looks like she's in control. She's not actually in control. Chizuru doesn't look like she has control. She actually has a lot of control. And this in particular is meant to allude more to later in the story, where mommy and Chizuru ultimately have a confrontation in the bathroom, and they yell at each other pretty much. So this is it's pretty much saying it's all about mommy and Chizuru's confrontation, and which is true. It's pretty much like the entire Hawaiian's arc is very much about mommy and Chizuru's confrontation. Like, that's pretty much it, you know? Chizuru's taller than mommy, lol. I just noticed. Oh yeah, Chizuru like is actually much taller than mommy. Like Chizuru is in fact taller than mommy. And that's like the whole point, is like mommy is smaller than her, but comes off as like more intimidating, only for Chizuru to ultimately utilize her dominance, that she is taller and she has a lot more control, and she takes that control back, you know? Also, volume 44 is out. Wait, what do you mean 44 is out? Like, it released? Shit, is it the... Oh my god, it did. Oh, fuck, it did. You're right. Ah, it did. I didn't buy it. Fuck. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot. Completely so. I totally forgot. I thought I had more time. I underestimated how much time I had. Mistakes were made. Yeah, I did not get volume 44. Oops. I didn't pre-order it, so I guess I'll have to see if I can get it at some point. Ugh. But buying shit from Japan has become expensive, dude. Buying shit from Japan has become expensive. That's probably why I didn't even think about it. Because like I I have so much fucking bills to pay, dude. And it's like, you know, I'm not even like thinking of buying shit these days. I want to. It's not that I don't want to buy things. There are a few things like I'm thinking of buying, but it's like shit's expensive. So like I'm trying to like cut down on the stuff that I'm spending on, you know. That's unfortunately one of those said cases where I just, you know, I probably would have wanted to spend on it, but I couldn't. Now there isn't really much to go off of here. They say that swim outfits and yokotas of Chizuru, Mami, and Kazuya are now revealed. What they're referring to is if you go to the website and you go to the character profiles. Oh, this is even higher quality. I'm gonna download this. That's even higher quality. I always forget you can get like the best quality from these. Oh, this looks really good. Yeah, Chizuru's pissed. Right? Chizuru's getting angry. I didn't even notice that. The reason her face is flushed is she's getting angry. And that's true. It's because remember how does this arc, like, if you guys remember, where are we gonna start? Where are we gonna start? We're gonna start with the part where Mami's gonna keep insulting the shit out of Kazuya, and Chizuru's gonna snap. She's gonna get mad and be like, "Bro, could you fucking stop doing that? You're being an asshole." So that's where it's gonna start. It's literally gonna start with Chizuru getting mad at Mami, and Mami just acting all playful, and it's like, "Ooh, I'm not doing anything," and then eventually Mami's gonna get fucking cooked. But yeah, again, there's that emphasis on Chizuru hiding her, like there's like an earnestness. It's also funny how Kana has like Chizuru's hand on her leg. You know, there's like it's almost like bringing attention to the leg. The way Chizuru places it in and of itself is seductive. I think that's really funny. The way she places her hand on her leg in and of itself is kind of seductive, but there's like it's like refined. It's like refined but seductive. That's so weird. And then the way Mami just like leans in, it emphasizes her figure, but it's almost making her boobs look bigger. But Chizuru is, you know, bigger without her even leaning in, you know, because Mami's insecure about that. But yeah, I was gonna talk about. Okay, there it is. So if you go to the characters, you can see Kazuya with a swimsuit, even though this isn't the swimsuit he wears there. And God, look at them butcher my poor man. And then Kazuya with this, you know, I'm like, okay, cool. You got a Chizuru. You can see Chizuru with the swimsuit, and you can see Chizuru with the I forgot what these are called. They're not yokotas. They're like something completely different. And then of course with Mami, you can see Mami with the swimsuit, and Mami with this thing. But for some reason, oh wait, Ruka got it too. Okay, Ruka got it too. Okay. Hey, she didn't have the fucking ribbons. I think she took the fucking ribbon off. And then Sumi, that's because Sumi and Minnie aren't fucking there, buddy. It's because Sumi and Minnie aren't fucking there, buddy. Why is Kazuya so skinny? Yeah, the anime never does him really much service. They are trying to go for average. They are trying to go for average. Like, he looks pretty average. He looks pretty normal. You know, like this, like when you look at this, you don't, like, some people would think ugly. I'm like, no, it just looks average. He just looks average. He just looks normal. You know, nothing too impressive about it. But you know me, I'm still not a fan of the hair. Still not quite a big fan of the hair. And the eyes. For me, it's literally the eyes and the hair. Kazuya's eyes in the anime are too small. His eyes in the manga are much bigger. So whenever Kazuya's drawn like this, I'm like, that's not my Kazuya. That ain't my Kazuya. Yeah, there isn't really too much to go off of here. Like, I could try to dig super deep into this, but you know, it's hot because Kana's good at drawing attractive characters, and it gets to the point, and it's just, hey, look, they're gonna, you know, it's the competition between Chizuru and Mami, and Kana put like crazy emphasis on the hair and crazy emphasis on the eyes and like crazy emphasis on the figure, and there's a lot of like subtleties to it. There's a blur around the bottom, and what that blur does, like, I'm just talking pure art here. What the blur effectively does here is it emphasizes the upper body. There's the blur literally starts like around here. Like around here, that's where the blur starts. So what it does is it emphasizes the face and the body. It's a pretty smart thing to do when you're it's a pretty smart thing to do when you're like trying to emphasize certain parts of the figure. And since this is a colored thing, what she does is she blurs the background and then she adds blur to the bottom of their figures, so it emphasizes the top of their faces and their bodies. You know, so you look at the boobs, but you look at the face, and you're like, oh, wow. And then she's, I think the biggest thing too is Kana's incredibly good at contrast. The blue does a fantastic job of contrasting Chizuru's figure, while at the same time the white contrasts Mommy's hair really effectively. She gets it. She knows how to like make the art work effectively for her and thus stand out infinitely more. So, yeah, just talking about the art really quick. I feel like I'm missing something, but you know, I always feel like I'm missing something when it comes to this stuff, and it's like I want to dig deeper into it, but then I'm tired. I'm not in the mood to fucking dig deeper into it. So the biggest thing for the recent chapter that I came to realize, I realized it like at the end of last stream. So, and I bet most of you are pretty much gone by the end of last stream. Is there's a big connection to Mommy right now. There's like a massive connection to Mommy right now. With the current events of the narrative, and I can't believe I didn't fucking notice it. Well, I feel like I did. I've wrote like a thing prior on Twitter. I do recall writing on Twitter like about it is now the time of fate, the fateful time can maybe work. By the way, Kana's really something else. Oh yeah, of course. That's Kana, baby. That's Kana, baby. Okay. Fuck. Brain work. Okay. I was gonna look up Umi and Mommy. Okay, there it is. So I made a comparison between Umi and Mommy in the past. I've talked about this. I've said that a Umi and Mommy, Umi seems like a person who schemes in the background, whereas Umi wants or looks superior to Kazuya, right? We a lot of people have this impression that Umi wants to be superior to Kazuya. In contrast, Mommy felt inferior to Chizuru. However, Mommy actually does shit, whereas Umi seemingly doesn't. You know, Mommy actually does shit. Umi doesn't. Like I wrote more about this. Where is it? I talked about like the comparison between Umi and Mommy. Yeah, and there's a similarity between like what Umi and Mommy do, where both of them, whenever they act on their love, it's incredibly brief, quick, and ultimately meaningless. You know, like Umi's like, "I love you," it doesn't fucking do anything. Mommy is like interacting with Kazuya, but she doesn't really share her feelings. She doesn't really try to actually work on the relationship in any meaningful way. So it ends up coming off as, you know, it doesn't fucking matter. Kazuya even always reacts with, "That's it. That's all they wanted," leaving him confused as to what the hell their intentions were. This isn't love, this is just conforming selfishness. At least with Mommy. With Umi, it doesn't add up. You know, I've said before with Umi, it doesn't add up. You know? He hasn't done anything bad like Mommy. You know, I've said this as well. There's only like one instance where something like that seemingly happen. Umi also seems to be acting quite friendly with Kazuya, much like how Mami was, but now it's something Ruka doesn't know about Kazuya. So it makes sense to be kind of curious, especially depending on how Umi appears or acts, since Umi has a habit of appearing hella sus. Guess what? I was right about Ruka being curious about Umi. But in particular, she's curious about Umi solely for the fact that how does Kazuya know him, and the fact that he's connected to Chizuru. And suddenly, it's got Ruka's attention. Huh. Umi's meeting Kazuya at or after his work, and this could connect to Ruka. Ruka never met Umi, and she may follow Kazuya and end up finding out about Kazuya and Chizuru, much like how she met Mami through Kazuya's work, except Kazuya planned this. Look at me predicting this shit. Look at me predicting this shit, bro. Kazuya mirrors Umi. Okay, we already talked about this. It's really weird how Umi appears. The Tiger's Den mirrors Hawaiians in a lot of ways. Mami and Umi even take a picture in similar poses. Mami wears white, Umi wears black. Mami presents herself as Chizuru's friend when she isn't. Umi presents himself as Kazuya's friend. But is he? Right? That's the thing. Mami is not Chizuru's friend. She's just presenting herself as Chizuru's friend. Umi's presenting himself as Kazuya's friend, and because you saw the confession thing, because you've seen Umi be sneaky, you think he's not his friend. But you don't have actual evidence of real sabotage or intention of said sabotage. There's always that deniability. You literally don't know. So that is really interesting, you know? The current arc has a contrast between adultery and innocence. Mami represents twisted adults, which contrasts Kazuya's innocence. Kazuya is literally taking steps into adulthood. Chizuru's journey seems to become more of a kid instead. But Umi seems to be the adult world. Mami is trying to escape her adult world and seems to be reclaiming her innocence that she lost in her childhood. She's not addressing any of her issues, though. This parallels but reverses Chizuru, who is addressing her problems while growing, making real change. In contrast, Kazuya is trying to become more of an adult without addressing his childish inner qualities. So does that mean Umi is actually addressing his childish inner qualities and becoming more of an adult? That would be the natural progression by the logic of Chizuru and Mami. This raises the question, is Umi representative of the twisted adult world, or is he trying not to let it define him like it did before? Is he a bad guy like we think, or is he something else? I'd like to think he's something else, but Reiji intentionally gives us signs to doubt. Was the Tiger's Den secretly a very innocent, despite literally set in some of the most scandalous and immoral environment, or is it literally as it appears? Hawaiians was an innocent family trip to a resort turned into a slanderous, disillusioned depression and questions of morals. So that's the thing. Like you have a comparison. Bro, you're making so many live videos. I can't watch them. Well, the earlier lived one I did was for Resident Evil, and it fucking sucked. And so I just went to this one. The other live from yesterday, yeah, okay, sure, that one was long, fair enough. But this one today wasn't so bad. I see most people talking shit about Kazuya, but they forget that maybe Chizuru is the one to blame. She's the one who's been leading him on all these times, the one who rejected him and made him suffer. I think your problem is blaming. Your problem is you want to blame someone for your anger, not recognize that both characters are struggling. You're choosing to see, you're choosing blame instead of understanding. That's your problem. You want to direct your blame at Chizuru and not recognize there is an inherent issue in their relationship that, yes, ironically does stem somewhat from Kazuya, but also stems somewhat from Chizuru. However, Chizuru rejecting Kazuya is not her fault, nor did she actually lead him on, and she's tried very fucking hard not to lead him on. She did her fucking hardest not to lead him on. And when you tell me Chizuru was leading him on, you're telling me you don't understand jack shit. Because you were not paying the fuck attention. You were not paying fucking attention if you think Chizuru was leading him the fuck on. You're literally spreading mommy propaganda. I'm not kidding you. You're literally spreading mommy propaganda if you believe Chizuru was leading him on. he one who said I want to confront him wholeheartedly and does nothing, instead chooses play over him like it doesn't matter. So yeah, she created her own suffering. Except you don't know what's going on with Chizuru. You're acting like you know what's going on with Chizuru. You don't know what's going on to Chizuru. She wants to face Kazuya wholeheartedly, true, so why doesn't she contact him? There's a reason. There is a reason she's not talking to him. She does want to face him, but why is she not talking to him? Did she really pick a play over him? Because that doesn't seem to make much sense. That doesn't make much sense. So what is going on here? Have we considered there's a reason she's not talking to him yet? No one seems to want to talk about that. Everyone seems to think she picked a play over him. She picked a play over him. I hear that all the fucking time. She picked a play over him. You don't know that. That's just how it looks. You don't know that. You don't know if she picked the play over him. The play could be for him. Maybe she's taking this time for a reason. Maybe she's taking this time for a reason. Kazuya is struggling to face Chizuru with his desires. Maybe Chizuru is struggling to face Kazuya with her desires. She's afraid to talk to him to see what might happen. You never know. You don't know what her reasoning is. So stop pretending you do. And stop tossing blame. I'm sick of this blame horseshit. All you want to do is fucking toss blame at people. Everybody's fucking up. Literally everybody's fucking up. Chizuru is making mistakes, but so is Kazuya. Kazuya is absolutely making mistakes. And I feel like too many people are missing the fucking point. Everybody, I've seen so many people on Reddit who are like, ooh, Kazuya needs to go through some serious self-reflection. I'm like, yeah, no shit. But the self-reflection you're talking about is something, you're missing the fucking point. You're missing the fucking point. It's not about self-reflection. It's literally loss of identity. He doesn't know who he is anymore. And he doesn't realize that. Kazuya literally does not recognize himself anymore. He's lost his identity. He's lost who he is. He's literally not the same character. So you don't know why Chizuru is not talking to Kazuya or trying to reach him. Correct! You don't! It is literally a mystery. You don't fucking know. That's probably why Kazuya is somewhat freaked out. That's probably what, like, Reiji wants you to think that. You know that stupid shit the person was saying earlier? Reiji wants you to think that. He wants you to think Chizuru is terrible. Why isn't she talking to him? I can't believe her. All that stuff, you know. I want to face him wholeheartedly, and goes and works on her play instead. He wants you to believe that. That's why I'm like, I refuse to fall for this shit. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I refuse to fall for this shit. I know this is not Chizuru's character. I know for a fact this is not Chizuru's character. I know when I'm being played. Bro, I know when I'm being fucking played. I'm not stupid. This is not Chizuru's character. There is something wrong here. And then when you go back, and like I said, if we go back to the Odaiba date, there's that whole references to illusions and literally, seeing fantasies and being trapped in the fucking Matrix. Like the fact that Reiji just straight up references the fucking Matrix. Like, bro, that's some bullshit. And then he references Finding Nemo, and literally Nemo is stuck in a fucking fish tank. He's literally stuck in a simulation of the water, not the real thing. You know, like there's so many layers that I think people just kind of fucking ignoring in favor of their own perceptions of understanding. People wanted Kazuya to grow up, and Reiji gave them a monkey's paw wish, and Kazuya is lost. Yeah, like literally, remember when Kazuya cut his hair and dyed it, and everyone's like, oh my god, he's changing, he's evolving, and then now they're starting to realize he never fucking did. And they're getting mad, and they're like, Kazuya needs to make some real change. I'm like, okay, I think you're missing the point. Like, I saw a post on Reddit. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay. Let's go to Reddit really quick. Let's go to Reddit. I saw this post earlier, so I was really fascinated. You know, key visual. Yep, of course. Not this. The time, how many chapters they cover. What? This time, how many chapters they cover? Oh, as in the assumption. Oh, for season 4, for season 5. Okay. No, this isn't where it's gonna end. My theory is that season 5 is gonna end when they start living together, which it seems like a solid spot to end it. I think it's season 5 is gonna end when they start living together. That just seems like a solid spot to end it. You know? It just makes too much sense. We're gonna get past we're essentially gonna get past the epilogue. We're gonna get past the epilogue of Hawaiians. We're gonna get to the end of Hawaiians. We're gonna get to the epilogue of Hawaiians. And then we're gonna end at the start of the new arc, which just makes a lot of sense. There's perfect amount of time, perfect amount of space. It's the perfect place to end it, you know. So I think that's where it's gonna end. Yeah. So this is the thing I saw. I saw this earlier, and I found it a little silly. We got to be completely honest. I think at this point the story's going in circles. It's not. It's not. It's a spiral. I fucking said this. It's a spiral. It's not going in circles. It is presenting you the idea that it is. It is presenting you the illusion that you are going in circles. In fact, Reishi quite literally purposefully does so. Hey, remember the 3-month time skip? What if we do that again? He literally jokingly says that to you. Like through the narrative. Hey, look, how about we do that again, but half the time? You know, they're going to stay separated half the time. You know, they didn't talk to each other, right? What happens? They don't talk to each other, and Minnie goes and talks to Chizuru. Exactly like the 3-month time skip. And you are led to believe that, oh my God, Chizuru wasn't going to reach out to him. Minnie had to go do that. In reality, you wonder to yourself, wait, Kazuya didn't do shit. Kazuya could have literally texted her, called her, done anything, and he didn't do shit. The girl just fucking kissed him. And he just went and just like sat in his room, got confused, thought about it endlessly, listened to Minnie's horse shit, and then just said, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to text her or call her. She's going to text or call me. And then Minnie goes and solves it for him. He didn't take initiative. He didn't talk to Chizuru. Are you seeing the problem? You can't have a relationship with someone if you don't talk to them. Let me read some of the comments. One possible reason we thought early was that she was giving him space to wrap up his classes because he was only focusing on Chizuru. Yes, that's another interpretation we had. That is somewhat, there's a possibility that's true. He's too distracted by her. And I think maybe Chizuru possibly knows that. So Chizuru is hiding something because she was in shadow when Kazuya called Chizuru for July 11th. Yes, but remember, after the talk, she cleared up. She was in light. But it has not always been the same dynamic with this manga. The one who takes Chizuru and the one who gives Kazuya. I don't think it's going to be different this time with this plaything. Did you read the cohabitation arc at all? Did you pay attention carefully to the manga? Because you seem to be under the impression that Chizuru never gives. How about the Christmas event where Kazuya stalked her and Chizuru didn't need to give him anything and she gave him a gift? He wasn't renting her then. He didn't pay her jack shit then. He just followed her and did something really shitty and she gave him something. Chizuru constantly gave Kazuya her time, interacted with him, listened to him. When he tries to pay her for things she doesn't believe she deserves, she tries to give it back to him. She let him live in her house for an entire fucking month. For free. He didn't have to pay any bills, anything. She tried to help him through his depression and his trauma again, when he was yet again in the dumps. And this time he didn't have to pay jack shit. She's like, I'm removing money from our relationship. So why are you acting like all Chizuru does is take? Because she's not just taking. She hasn't been taking anything for a while. In fact, when they went on the date, she was really annoyed that he kept trying to spend on the entire date. And she's like, can we split the bill? And he's like, no, I want to pay. And Chizuru's like, okay, if that's what you want, sure. You're formulating your own narrative. You're literally formulating your own narrative. You're literally taking things completely out of context and then literally putting your own context into the equation instead of what's actually fucking happening. This is ridiculous. You're not reading the manga, dude. You're kind of just inserting what you want to insert. You're literally doing what Minnie does. You're quite literally doing what Minnie does. This is the bullshit Minnie does. She inserts her own narrative into what's happening instead of what's actually happening. She's literally a misinformed character. Minnie is quite literally misinformed, and no chapter proves it better than when she's talking about Chizuru here. Where is it? Chapter 3, all right, not that one. My bad. It's the dad one. Where's the dad one? Yeah, the girlfriend and the dad. Literally, I was talking about this I think the stream before this one. I was literally talking about this where it's like, the chapter's called The Girlfriend and the Dad, but Minnie's the one who makes it about Chizuru's dad. She's the one who inserts this crazy narrative, and Minnie is the one who has this interpretation that Chizuru has a distrust towards men, but more particularly, Minnie's interpretation is that Chizuru has some sort of distrust towards love. It's not specifically about men, it's about love. Which is stupid as shit, because Chizuru literally works a job where men rent her. If Chizuru really distrusted men, why the fuck would she work a job like that? She literally had a good male figure in her life. What the fuck is Minnie talking about? Wait, what if you don't know any of this stuff? Oh, what if you don't know any of this stuff? What if you ignore the past 300 chapters of the series and insert your own narrative? Well, suddenly what Minnie is saying makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? And Kazuya is pretty much a broken man because he's tired. His efforts are always unrequited. Kazuya is not a broken man. He is a man who has lost himself. He is a man who has let trauma define him. Kazuya has lost his identity. He has lost who he is. He has lost his convictions. He has lost who he is. If you want to say Kazuya is a broken man, in Hawaiians he is. Hawaiians broke him. Hawaiians traumatized him. But you're acting like a broken man can't fucking get his shit together. Of course he can. He can, when he knows what the problem is, you can make an effort to repair and to fix yourself and get your life back on track. You're not powerless. Nobody is powerless. Even in this fucking capitalism of a world. Bro is asking AI what to do. I mean, yeah. Chizuru even asks Umi just for that Christmas. Chizuru literally went with Umi on Christmas at the very beginning of the series, specifically so Umi can help her pick a gift that suits Kazuya. Like, bro, he's out here looking out. Chizuru cares that fucking much about him. What the fuck are you on about? All Chizuru has done is show how much he fucking cares about him. And everyone's like, she's like this terrible person because she's indecisive. I'm like, yeah, she's having a hard time. That's normal. When you can't figure out your fucking feelings, that's normal. There's nothing fucking wrong with you. Anyways. Yeah, so I was describing here, okay, the Tiger's Den is presented as this like adultery fucked up experience, but maybe it wasn't necessarily that. Hawaiians, in contrast, is presented as an innocent family trip, and then it transforms into something completely different. When we first see Umi, we think a kiss was going to happen when it was not. Well, some sort of kiss happened now. It doesn't make sense to me. Well, plot twist, the kiss was the kiss between Kazuya and Chizuru, and there's this whole other thing happening around that. Chizuru also doesn't want to be like her mom, who apparently had many lovers. Okay. Chizuru interestingly asks Umi about the drama he's starring in, and he admits it's tough on him. Let's see. See how this doesn't add up. The only reason Mommy's able to go after Kazuya and Chizuru is because she literally doesn't have a life. She has no goals or dreams and wastes her time in arcades or at home. Umi actually has shit he's working on. He's the opposite. He doesn't have time. Right? So that was something I was exploring, is like this idea that, you know, Umi doesn't have the fucking time. Mommy does. There's like a part I talked about. Mommy darkness. Oh my god. Oh my god, was I cooking? Dude, I'm insane. Oh my god, I'm in fucking insane. Holy shit. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna read the comment really quick. I joined late, sorry, Johan. No worries. Here's a real question. If Chizuru was raised well by her grandparents, then what the hell happened between her grandparents and her mom for her to act like that? Well, like, you do realize parents can fuck up. Maybe the first time when they were raising her, they, you know, they kind of fucked up and they didn't do a very good job the first time. And maybe the second time they did a better job with Chizuru. You know? You don't really know how Chizuru's grandparents raised her mom initially. They were probably good parents, but sometimes things just don't work out, you know? Maybe they just fucked up and they just had a lot more experience the second time. You know? Like you don't really know the specifics of what's going on. Well, what's going on with YouTube? What the heck? It says there's 0 people watching. Are you guys here? It says there's 0 people watching. What the fuck? That's weird. I'm not crazy, right? There's people here, right? What the fuck? What's going on? Yeah, I'm here. The fuck? Why does it say there's 0 people here? Damn, YouTube out here scaring the shit out of me, bro. YouTube out here scaring the shit out of me, bro. I'm here. Well, welcome, Urban. Okay, I guess I'll just keep going. Actually, I wonder if she'll be the one to draw the infamous Kazuya 218 panel. Oh, yeah, man. Oof. Oh, yeah. You guys ready? We're going to get chapter 218 in April. Are you guys ready? Are you ready, baby? Oh, man. Are you ready? Are you ready for chapter 218, baby? Who's ready? Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. I'm curious how they're going to depict it. I am honestly, genuinely curious how they're going to depict it. Are they going to censor it? Are they going to play it straight? Are they going to change it up? What's the plan? Because there is the eroticism. The eroticism of that chapter is central to the darkness of the struggle of the characters, you know? It's here, one sec. I wrote something. I'm gonna pull it out. I'll show it to you guys. I'm praying that when chapter 218 comes out, Chizuru and Kazuya do the deed at the same time. I'm hoping for the same thing. I'm genuinely hoping for the same thing. I hope that happens. That would be peak as fuck. Or maybe they try to do the deed and they struggle. That would be interesting too. You know? To almost be like, hey, look, this chapter really did have an impact. You know, that chapter really fucked him up. But anyways, I wrote this thing. I started writing this morning just because it kind of, you know, it kind of came to me a little bit. Rent-A-Girlfriend's use of eroticism and its relation to sexuality. The eroticism both plays into modern eroticism and how sex has essentially consumed most of our media, and how it consumes us. How it in many ways bastardizes what sex really is, making us feel uncomfortable with ourselves for desiring such pleasure, for feeling this lust. It's as if we are helpless to do anything against our own tidal wave of feelings, like we are swept away in the current, unable to even resist. Just as Kazuya sinks into the water of his emotions, as it happens in a public pool, but no one sees him. His pain is present for all to see, but no one watches. Only we do. That's kind of like somewhat how I feel about how Reiji is depicting this element of sex and eroticism in his manga. Like, it feels like it's like this thing that he's talking about how sex is essentially getting bastardized by the internet, by how it's shown to us, by how people talk about it, by like, you know, we're constantly getting sold sex in literally everything. And I think in some ways, that is in part related to the things we've talked about before. For instance, do you guys remember when I pulled up that thing from Volume 5 where Reiji talks about how social media has diluted relationships? This seems to very much connect to that. This idea of like how social media has in many ways also diluted intimacy and connections and relationships and even sex. How it's a sacred act, but nowadays this age makes it look disgusting. It's both sacred and it isn't. It's something you should somewhat value because it's something you're sharing with someone. But at the same time, there's anything wrong with you like having fun with it. But you should still like, if you want to value it, that's also perfectly fine. Like some people want to have fun with it, some people really want to value it. But what I'm talking about is in particular how the internet, and how media has presented sex has made it this like uncomfortable thing that makes you get underneath your sexuality and freak you out. You know, it makes you feel genuinely like kind of uncomfortable. And that is a huge factor for Kazuya's character right now. We've been mentioning chapter 218 a lot more recently, but that chapter really deals with Kazuya's sexuality and his discomfort with his own sexuality. How this thing that he used to be much more comfortable with is something that like freaks him out now. Like Kazuya's sexual desires is something that genuinely freaks him the fuck out now. He's really uncomfortable with it, very clearly so. And that's all seemingly coming back now. And this is where I kind of wanted to read what I wrote here, so let me keep going with that. Mami is a reflection of Kazuya's inaction, a prisoner of her own home, not knowing how to change and reach her future. Umi is a reflection of Chizuru's actions, evolving past his mistakes and trying to be better, but appearing bad just as Chizuru appears bad to some readers. Right? So Umi, like literally, as a byproduct of Chizuru rejecting Umi, he goes and talks to Kazuya. He is quite literally a byproduct of Chizuru's actions. Mami, in contrast, is quite literally a byproduct of Kazuya's inaction. Just as he is not resolving things, Mami is quite literally a reflection of that lack of resolution, as we see that in chapter 400 and 401. What happens in chapter 401? Mami asks this big question that, if answered, could theoretically change the entire nature of Kazuya and Mami's relationship. What are you presented instead? No resolution. There is no resolution presented for Mami and Kazuya, and Mami chooses the lack of resolution. Mami chooses the no resolution, just as she is literally a reflection of his own inaction. And this is why chapter 400, the spread for it, is literally a mirror between Umi and Mami. Or sorry, between Umi and Chizuru, and Kazuya and Mami. The issue is their positions are reversed. Kazuya is being placed in Umi's position, whereas Mami is in Chizuru's position, even standing similar to Chizuru. The difference is, Mami's asking a question, Chizuru is making a statement. And Kazuya is basically in the position to reject Mami, to say, I don't love you. But he doesn't. He doesn't take action. And that results in ultimately nothing. And that lack of action circles back around to Ruka, who is trying to make change. but she's making the wrong change, and Kazuya doesn't know how to take action with her. So that inaction is literally being echoed at him, whereas Umi is a reflection of Chizuru's actions. What Chizuru does results in what Umi does, and that results in Kazuya taking action. So as a byproduct of Chizuru taking action, Umi takes action by contacting Kazuya, which in turn pushes Kazuya to take his own action. Chizuru pushes Kazuya to do things, because he's not doing things. In contrast, Kazuya's inaction results in a lot of conflicts within the narrative, such as this, where he's literally asked this big question, and it seemingly results in nothing. You know, he could have found out a whole lot of stuff, and he doesn't. If you go back to, what is it? If we go to the Ruka thing, again, a moment of inaction, this fundamental struggle, and not learning how to value something that's you personally consider is important for you. So, what I say here makes a lot of sense. Mami has appeared quite cute in the story as of late. She just seems like a cute girl in love, and it looks almost heartwarming. This hides a very ugly truth. Mami has not addressed any of her wrongdoing. She didn't apologize to Chizuru, Nagomi, or most of all Kazuya, let alone atone for any of her actions. All Mami has done is give herself excuses. I wasn't actually going to do it, after smiling at the chaos and calling Chizuru a whore. Why did I say that to him, even though I said I wasn't going to get involved, as she continues to not tell Kazuya what she did so he doesn't hate her, and continuing to get involved. This is why Chizuru... Okay, well, we don't need to read this. In contrast, what have we seen Umi do? After what he pulled in the movie arc, Umi invites Chizuru to a party, and she goes and greets him normally. Umi acknowledges and compliments Kazuya in front of her. He later tells Kazuya he actually really respects him and wants to be friends. In chapter 282, Umi is shown giving a girl a late gift for White Day, saying sorry for being late, for being a month late, which seems pretty shitty, but it's not too different from Chizuru's Valentine's gift in chapter 238, where she apologizes. The volume also has Umi smiling and saying sorry right after. Umi is then depicted going to Chizuru's home and paying respect to her family altar, saying he wanted to do it at least once. In that time, he yet again acknowledges Kazuya when entering and leaving. He also addresses Minnie and greets her with respect, not judging the situation. But Umi in these shots appears sinister. These scenes are also seemingly undermined by Umi's actions in chapter 125. Kazuya's perception of Umi and Umi's confession in chapter 179, which Chizuru seemed bothered by. But then, why keep talking to him if he's such a problem? Why let him into her home? Umi, in all of these scenes, intentionally appears like trouble, but none of his actions after chapter 127 actually cause problems. Even the confession. He even maintains proper physical distance from Chizuru. This should remind you of how people often see Kazuya for the worst of his mistakes. Chizuru's struggle is around her feelings. She does not doubt Kazuya's feelings. Umi was the first person to hear her "I don't like him" words. He is the person who helped Chizuru get a phone case for Kazuya. Kazuya knew about her acting because of Umi. This led to the film. Well, okay, I had this whole theory that Chizuru was going to Umi for like a whole bunch of stuff, but my point that I was trying to highlight here is that Umi isn't what he appears. We've seen Mommy do shitty things. We haven't really seen Umi do shitty things. You know? Their foundation led Kazuya to misunderstand Chizuru and vice versa. Kazuya needs to grow from the outside, Chizuru from the inside. Well, it's actually reversed. It's actually reversed, you know? How can Chizuru show Kazuya she loves him? She needs to address the kiss, correct that, and then who better to help than Umi? Well, okay. Ironically, I'm correct and kind of incorrect. But let's see. There's this thing I wrote here. Chizuru kisses Kazuya. Okay. Mami coming back in the end bookends the theme of the darkness in our hearts. Mami not only thematically represents the unaddressed darkness in the story, but also contrasts and mirrors it by hiding the worst of herself because it is, in fact, heinous compared to Kazuya's desires. Right? So Mami coming back literally represents the darkness in the fucking story. Mami's actions are what traumatized Kazuya. They are the source. She's the reason Hawaiians happened as it did. She's the reason he feels so powerless. She reinforced her own lack of agency onto him. She stripped him of his best qualities, erased him as she erased herself. Mami represents what Kazuya actually has to deal with, his inner qualities, the part he neglected in favor of his outer. This makes Umi interesting as the person Chizuru goes to meet, because Umi in some ways seemingly represents, like, the exterior that hides the interior. So, yeah. You know? Mami is the darkness of the fucking narrative, bro. Damn, I wrote a lot. Damn, bro, I wrote a lot, and it is still going. Whew, I wrote a lot. Okay. So yeah, I had this, like, whole theory about Mami. That Mami is, like, connected to all of this in various ways. Let's see. I'm going to read some of the chapters. Was chapter 380 released in April? I don't know. Actually, wait, we can check. We can check. 380 released in June. 380 released in June. Genuinely curious why season 5 is in April and not in summer. I don't know. I don't know. It could be a corporate thing. It could be a thematic thing, but I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt it's a thematic thing. I think it's definitely more of a corporate thing. And it could be related to the time in between. That is kind of important. Maybe they didn't want, like, a whole year in between seasons. Because it's supposed to be 2 cores, so maybe they just didn't want a whole fucking year in between seasons. So that kind of makes some sense. I kind of get it. You know? Like, because if it was in summer, it would have literally been a whole year between seasons. So they probably just did not want that to happen. And it makes sense both from a commercial standpoint and from a manga standpoint. And just, like, you know, the season and everything. So you, the one who whispers things to Miyajime Sensei's ear, the mastermind behind the manga, you sound like you know everything. Why does every fucking asshole come up to me and tell me, you sound like you know everything, you act like you're so smart? I'm like, no, bitch, I just pay the fuck attention. I just pay attention. Stop with that, you sound like you know everything. Bitch, I'm trying to fucking understand things, and I know when you're wrong. I know when you're making shit up. Stop deflecting by saying you act like you know everything. God. I don't even know if you're joking. Sorry. Maybe I'm being defensive. I don't know if you're joking or being a jerk. I can't even tell. I just literally can't even tell because I've heard that comment so many fucking times it's gone under my nerves. It wants to rival with Roshida, which also airs in April. It's a corporate thing with TV scheduling. I don't know about that because You're missing very key information here. It's the time when it airs. I'm pretty sure it's going to air extra duper late at night. So it's not trying to rival anything. It's airing pretty late at night. So it's not trying to rival anything. So I don't know about that. That doesn't really make much sense to me. Okay, we were reading this thing. Like, why are we still doing the trial girlfriend with Ruka? Shouldn't they have been done after the resort trip? Hell, they all know Chizuru is a rental, so why exactly are we still with Ruka if she has nothing on you? You're acting like Ruka and Kazuya's relationship is purely built on blackmail, when it's not. He actually gives a modicum of a shit about her. So that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't hold up. Again, this is a very shallow interpretation that Kazuya and Ruka's relationship is purely built on blackmail. It's not. It's literally not. Then it's the fact that he gets so flustered when he sees Ruka, Mami, or really any girl for that matter. Yes, it's called unaddressed issues. He has literal okay, whatever. I'm not getting into this. I know why he says that he wants to be a man worthy of Chizuru, but he's just saying it and not showing it. Why does he always have to put in the work? Exactly. You're asking the right question. He's not supposed to. He's missing the fucking point. Chizuru doesn't need him to become worthy. She already fucking likes him. But so where's that narrative coming from? where is that coming from, I ask you? It's almost like Kazuya has been conditioned to believe he's not good enough and he needs to be. Huh. Haven't the audience said this to him? Hasn't like Minnie said this to him? Haven't the people around Kazuya, his parents, his family, his friends, haven't they all conditioned him? Very, very, very repeatedly. Hey, you're not good enough. She's better than you. She's better than you. You're not good enough. You're not good enough. And he keeps talking about becoming this worthy man. But what exactly is a worthy man? What does that even mean? Well, how does that relate it to love? Since when do you got to be a worthy man to find love? That's weird. I really think the story could have benefited from Kazuya having some self-reflection on why this started in the first place and having him learn about himself. That's quite literally what's happening. That's quite literally what's happening. He is slowly realizing there is a problem and slowly cascading and falling apart and realizing he is losing his character and in turn figuring that out. That way, this could learn how to live a life in his own terms and not anyone else's. He could have learned that it is not his role to make everyone around him happy and he's the one living his life, not anybody else. Okay, comments like this are fascinating because you act like people just figure that out. Like you're acting like if someone just sits down and thinks hard enough, they'll figure it out. But that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's the thing. It's like what you're describing is identity. What you're describing is identity. Knowing who you are, what you desire, and what you want out of life. But you don't just figure that out on your own. You have to interact with the world in order to know these things, in order to know what you desire and what you wish to have in your life. You don't just sit down in your room, think hard enough, and magically figure it the fuck out. That's not how it works. You're not going to just magically figure it the fuck out. You have to get out there, go touch some grass. People say that, but they're right. You got to go touch some fucking grass. You got to go interact with the world. Talk to people. Understand who you are and what it is you desire. And that literally requires the hero's journey. You leave home, you go on an adventure, and you learn the hard way what you must do to transform and figure out who you are in the midst of the world that is around you. Quite literally, what is happening? This is why I fucking hate stories where the character just sits and thinks in the room hard enough and then just figures it out. And it's like, fuck off. That's not how it works. I feel like if we got a self-reflection arc, we could see a more confident Kazuya and wouldn't be doing any of this. No, that's not how self-reflection works. Sorry, bro. That's not how self-reflection works. Like, literally. So here, let me describe it to you the best way that I can. You can figure out what your problems are, but if you do not have the tools to deal with your problems, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. That's what therapy is. People often misunderstand what therapy is. Therapy does not solve your problems. It merely gives you the tools to do so yourself. It does not solve your problems. And one of the other ways you can go about getting the tools to solve your problems is to go out into the world and experience it. That's another way. Talk to people, work jobs, learn new skills, find new things, discover new places. In so doing, you will have encounters, you will have challenges, you will learn new things, you will encounter aspects of the world and learn more about yourself amongst said world. That is another way to learn and understand certain aspects of who you are and how to overcome certain conflicts in your life. He could tell Ruka that she was never his girlfriend, that she was blackmailed, and if not, they wouldn't even be acquainted. Okay, he blackmailed Chizuru in chapter 2. They wouldn't be acquainted if he didn't. How does your logic hold now? How does your logic hold now? Ruka's relationship is not purely built on blackmail. It is not. That is just a fact. It is not. It is not purely built on blackmail, nor is it purely built on Kazuya using Ruka. It is both. Kazuya uses Ruka in some respects, but he also cares about her. Ruka, in some respects, uses the blackmail element, but also clearly cares about him. She's never actually going to do it. And Kazuya knows that. He knows she's a good person. He knows Ruka doesn't really have it in her. She schemes, but she doesn't actually do the bad shit. She doesn't really have it in her. And you saw that too. You literally saw that too. She doesn't fucking have it in her. She's not going to do it. She literally tells him, I don't have it in me. I can't do it. So Ruka doesn't have leverage. There's no leverage here. You're fundamentally misunderstanding their dynamic. Yes, it would hurt his feelings, but sometimes that's how life works. You can't make everybody happy, and actions have consequences. That I do agree with. That is what the real world is like. The real world forces harsh choices upon you. You are forced to make cruel choices you may not like, and that is in fact where Kazuya is. That is a part of adulthood. That is something he is slowly learning. Same thing with Mami. He would tell her what she did was fucked up, and that anything was going on with him is really not her business. Actually, Kazuya doesn't perceive it as fucked up because Kazuya doesn't know the truth, because he didn't ask about the truth. AKA, Kazuya is living in an illusion. He's living in an illusionary world. He doesn't know the full truth. He hasn't asked about the full truth. He doesn't know the truth. So you can't just say Kazuya just knows what she did, it's fucked up. Once again, it would hurt her, but Mami has to learn what she did was wrong. That's the thing. Mami has to be willing to fucking admit what she did too. A part of Mami's journey is admitting, I did some fucked up shit to you. Lastly, his family. Kazuya would have to realize that when he tries to please everyone, no one is happy. He needs to tell his grandma that it's his life. She has 80 years to live hers. She can be pushing his life and everyone. That's the thing, though. Nagomi hasn't really been all up in his business lately. She hasn't. Y'all are acting like Nagomi's been all up in Kazuya's business. She's literally fucked off because she feels bad. But she gave him solid advice. You need to take initiative. And he's not, which is ironically similar to what you're saying. Same with his parents. They were young and he had to figure stuff out too. Kazuya needs to do the same. I don't know, bruh. I feel like I've got this arc that none of this would have been happening right now. Maybe he and Chizuru would be together or maybe not, but I feel like Kazuya needs to reflect on his behavior and his decisions, the way he can move forward and be a better person. What do y'all think? Well, I've said what I think. You're not necessarily wrong. I think how you're approaching it is wrong. You're not necessarily wrong. Yes, he does need to self-reflect, but you can't just reflect and just figure it out. Because Kazuya has tried to reflect, but to no avail. Because what Kazuya needs to do is start asking questions. Talking. What we're essentially getting to at this point within the narrative, what's literally happening is we're hitting a breaking point of the no talking thing. There's this issue, there's this fundamental issue within the narrative of Kazuya just not honestly talking about the things that are going on around him. His life has become a lie. He is living a lie. He is not living in the real world. He is living an illusion. He's escaping. This is a part of grief. It is a part of denial. Kazuya has experienced a lot of pain and tragedy in the Hawaiian's arc. And because of it, he is trapped in his grief. He is trapped in this idea that he lost something even though it's not gone. In contrast, Ruka has actually lost something and she just has not accepted it. Mami has already in some ways lost a lot of things and she's also not accepting the truth of the situation. But Kazuya is trapped in the illusion thinking he lost something when he hasn't. And that the things he needs to end, which is like certain things like Mami and Ruka, he needs to resolve those in some ways in order to move forward. And that's a part of the accepting that sense of loss. Kazuya doesn't want to gain anything and doesn't want to lose anything. Or in many ways, he wants to gain without losing. And he can't. And that's the problem. He is literally trapped in an illusion. It's not about self-reflection. It's hard to escape your own illusions. You can't, when you create a whole illusion in your mind, it's not something you can just magically escape by thinking about it hard enough. You're not going to. You have to adventure out into the world. You need to have literally the hero's journey. You need to go through these steps, experience these things around you. Okay, so let's talk about the mommy thing. I wrote this whole mommy thing, so let's talk about it really quick. Okay. So I found some parallels between Mami and Umi that really caught my eye. In particular, how Mami sees Kazuya with Sumi and called Kazuya a popular guy, which is the teaser for next chapter. Mami literally says, Kazuya-kun, I'm starting to think that you're a really popular guy after all. Well, who knows? This is hopeless. I'll just have to fight back. Well, my friends are, he actually said this is hopeless. I think I'll have to tell her the truth. Well, my friends are waiting for me, but I didn't see anything, okay? As your ex-girlfriend, I can keep a secret, Kazuya-kun. Or Kazu-kun. Huh. And now suddenly, we're having something like that happen with Ruka. And then Ruka tells Mami, I'm Kazuya's girlfriend. And the only one. And Mami gets confused. She's like, wait, you're renting girlfriends, but you have a girlfriend? What's the connection here? This doesn't add up. What the fuck's going on here? That's weird. And isn't that interesting? Kazuya with Sumi merely looked like he was cheating. He wasn't actually cheating. But from an outsider's perspective, it could look like he was cheating. When Mami digs into this, just out of curiosity, she finds out that Sumi is a rental girlfriend. And suddenly, everything starts making sense. It all clicks together. But there's no such thing like this in the plot right now. So isn't that interesting? But there is something that could be found out. So this is the interesting part. Umi could maybe find out about Kazuya and Ruka's relationship. That's one thing that could be found out, you know? It's like, okay, well, Chizuru likes you, but then you have that whole thing going on. But the other thing that could be found out is, Ruka finding out about Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. Because that's the new secret. The new secret that is the leverage point of the narrative. The initial secret, the initial leverage point of the narrative, the initial narrative through line throughout the story in the very start of the series was that Chizuru was a rental girlfriend and Kazuya was renting her. Now the secret in the story is what? What is the new secret of the story? That Kazuya and Chizuru were living together for a whole month. That's the new thing that's going to get discovered. But Umi already knows that. So I think my theory is that you're getting led into this belief that what's going to happen is that, Umi's going to find out about Ruka and it's going to become this whole big problem. You know, Kazuya's going to look like a cheater. He's going to look like a piece of shit. It's that Umi's going to use that and become this terrible person and all this shit, you know? I think in reality, Ruka's going to find out about the fact that Kazuya and Chizuru were living together. And that's gonna fuck her up. That's going to flip the whole script. And the reason I think this is because last chapter, you have Ruka being curious about Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. She thinks it right here. He didn't deny anything about his relationship with Chizuru's son. They must still be involved with each other. But if they ever got together for real, then I don't think she would be willing to ignore me. So are they not a couple yet? Okay, pieces that together. She can't call Chizuru. When we get to Kazuya literally says, I don't think telling her about my relationship with Mizuhara would be good for anyone at this point. Even if I did, Ruka-chan probably wouldn't accept the situation about living together and our dates. Huh. Then, so this gets put to the back burner. You're not thinking about this. Ruka shows up, Ruka holds Kazuya's hand, and Umi doesn't see that for the first time. You know, Ruka gets lucky, and Umi doesn't see her that one time. Kazuya asks her not to do something, and Umi misses it. You go to the next chapter. It starts with Umi, and then Ruka on the other end. Ruka asks Kazuya about Umi, and Umi is connected to Chizuru. And that story is like subtly underneath there now. It's like, oh, you're the one who said you wanted to know. And suddenly Ruka isn't very happy about this. You know, she found something out, but she isn't very happy about this. And that seemingly gets put to the back burner. Now, Kazuya's curiosity about Chizuru and Umi is introduced into the picture as a mirror to Ruka's curiosity about Chizuru and Kazuya. So you have these two contrasting narratives. Kazuya is interested about Chizuru and Umi, and Ruka is interested about Kazuya and Chizuru. And Umi is the middle point between these two things. So you have these two things that these characters are curious about, but they're terrified about. That's the other thing. Kazuya, just like Ruka, is terrified about this, and he thinks it's really bad, and he doesn't want to know. In contrast, what's going on between Umi and Chizuru isn't bad. For him, for Kazuya, it's not a bad thing. It's a positive thing, because we know. In contrast, what's going on between Kazuya and Chizuru is a bad thing for Ruka. See what I mean? And then the final nail in that coffin gets introduced. Another thing that is related to this element of appearances. Umi sees Ruka holding Kazuya's arm. Okay, so you would think Umi would be interested in this, you know? You have this whole thing of like, oh my god, Ruka is with Kazuya and all that stuff, and that could explode into this whole other thing, and so you're being led to believe this is the problem. In reality, the things that are actually being pushed to the side is that Kazuya needs to learn about Umi, and that Umi isn't as scary as he thinks he is, whereas Ruka needs to learn about Chizuru and realize her relationship is way past over. She doesn't even have a chance in hell. Her relationship is way past over. And she has not only been ignored, she hasn't really been a part of his life. She's literally missed key points of his life. He's literally like cut her out. Like he already removed her from his life. So that's why I think the revelation is a reversal of those events. Whereas Mommy learned this big revelation that, oh shit, Kazuya is dating rental girlfriends. Ruka, in contrast, is gonna learn the truth between Chizuru and Kazuya. And one way that could happen is maybe she looks through Umi's thing, and she like finds some connection between Umi and Kazuya, and suddenly it all clicks for her, and she's like, oh my god, they've known each other for that long, that Kazuya has been this entrenched in Chizuru's life. Like, you know, maybe Ruka's gonna realize like how entrenched in Chizuru's life Kazuya actually is, and that could be like this big realization for her. And the reason I think it's not going to be Umi is because Umi is intentionally being placed in Mommy's position, but Umi, every time he's placed in Mommy's position, doesn't do the same thing. So it leaves you curious, you know, it doesn't do the same thing. He doesn't do what Mommy does. What's the relationship, though? They're not even a couple yet. Nothing changed. Ruka will learn the cohabitation and just demand on Kazuya to live together. No. It is a big deal. Because suddenly, Ruka will realize they're not just close. He literally, I was interacting with him and I was living a fantasy. And if he lied about something that big, what else has Kazuya been lying about to Ruka? If he lied about living with Chizuru for a whole month and she had no clue, and suddenly all the pieces start clicking. Remember, she saw the key. She saw his She saw his receipt. She saw his shampoo change. Like, what if she thinks, holy shit, they weren't just living together, they already have a relationship, or they're already doing shit. It would literally shatter Ruka's world. He's literally been living with her. That's way more than anything Ruka's ever done with him. So Ruka thinks what she just did with Kazuya is huge. Kazuya was living with Chizuru. How does she know they didn't go way further than this? See what I mean? What if they went even further than she did? Like, way further. And it's basically, the reason I'm saying it's a big deal is because Ruka would realize how out of depth she is. You know? She would realize, like, oh shit, like, I'm a kid compared to them. Like, it's literally Ruka having the death of her innocence. It is Ruka coming to this realization. It's literally that step in the fucking hero's journey. Let me find it. It's literally the step in the hero's journey. Where is it? Literally the loss of innocence. It is the character coming to the confrontation with the cruel reality of the world and realizing they did not understand anything. Realizing how little they fucking understood. That is, I think, what's going to happen to Ruka. It is literally the death of innocence. Literally, her innocence is going to shatter. And she's going to learn what it means to actually be an adult. She's going to learn the fucking hard way. That's my theory, is that Ruka is the one who's going to learn something here. When you think Umi's the one who's going to learn something. Whereas I think Umi might actually be, like, super chill about this. Like, there's a real chance Umi might just be super chill about this. He's probably not assuming. I mean, Kazuya isn't dating Chizuru. What's the issue? He's not dating her yet. What's the problem? Cool. A girl is clinging on to him. You know? But, you know, if he's serious about Chizuru, maybe he shouldn't do that, you know? Like, I could see Umi just genuinely trying to give Kazuya solid advice without, like, being, like, sneaky underneath. I could totally see that. Especially considering, like, Umi's probably, like, underestimated Kazuya. He's like, wow, you're more popular than I thought. You got, like, you have two cute girls into you. Like, damn, dude, that's crazy. I could totally see Umi telling Kazuya, you're a pretty popular guy. Or I could see Kazuya trying to tell that to Umi as, like, a reversal. You know? I could see Kazuya trying to tell that to Umi as a reversal. That would be interesting. If Ruka knows about the Kohab dates, would she call Chizuru out of anger and say, what the fuck? No. We've already seen anger. We would see depression. I genuinely believe we would see depression. It would mess her up. I genuinely think if Ruka finds out about that, she'll be defeated. She's not going to be angry. She'll be defeated. Because she thinks she just made big strides with Kazuya, only to realize it wasn't anything like that. It almost meant nothing in comparison. That's what I mean. It would shatter her. She would literally experience depression. And that's the thing, too. This is the thing, too, that I think is really curious. In some ways, what we're experiencing in the story right now is akin to depression. And what I mean by that is that they're literally losing control of their bodies. A huge part of depression, a huge aspect of depression, that, like, I think is sometimes glossed over, is you feel like you're not in control of your own body. You feel like it's not really your body anymore. It's someone else's. You know, you feel like you're not even in your own body. It's like this out of body experience. It's really fucking weird. And as someone who's gone through depression, like I vividly recall that experience. It's really jarring. You don't really feel like you're yourself. So I feel like depression is very much relevant here, especially considering the series starts with depression. Like, the series really starts with Kazuya's depression, and basically he has this, like, dissonance between what he desires and like in this hopeless love with Mami and what he actually feels for Chizuru and the real relationship he's forging with her. And so you have this like, even then, like literally, and back then it was like very clear Kazuya was going through depression because Kazuya even says words akin to Ruka back then, where he said Chizuru was introducing color into his world. But you see this contrast between how Chizuru introducing color into his world was a byproduct of like seeing him and understanding him and not blaming him, whereas Kazuya introducing color into Ruka's world was more so happenstance and not something he did specifically for her. Not because Kazuya actually saw Ruka, because when that happened, ironically, he wasn't looking at her. Kazuya didn't actually look at Ruka, whereas Chizuru actually was looking at Kazuya and did understand him and chose to sit next to him. Maybe Kazuya can open up to Chizuru after talking to Umi. I'm curious. I think after talking to Umi, it'd be interesting if Chizuru contacts Kazuya. I don't know what would trigger it. I don't know how Umi would trigger it, but I could see Umi somehow leading to Chizuru talking to Kazuya. It could be one of those cascading events, which goes to basically maybe Ruka finds out as a byproduct of Kazuya talking to Umi. Ruka talks to Chizuru, which results in Chizuru talking to Kazuya. That could be it. That could be it. But I genuinely think this is the calm before the storm. The storm is about to kick in extra fucking hard soon. I can kind of feel it. I feel like the storm is going to kick in extra duper hard soon. Like shit's going to fall the fuck apart really, really hard. I think Kazuya soon is going to start spiraling. Like the dude is going to spiral fucking hard. I don't know what the trigger is going to be. It could be Chizuru finding out. And he's going to spiral. He's going to freak out. He's going to be like, she fucking hates him. He's a terrible person. Something is going to happen and Kazuya is going to spiral. You're already getting very clear signs. He's already like starting to really, really hate himself and fall apart. Like every time he feels sexual desire for Ruka, he hates himself. And then he has his guilt. And then he has his self-disgust in his own body. He has this disgust in his fantasies. Kazuya is falling apart. And I genuinely think like we're essentially reaching that point in the hero's journey where it's the death and rebirth. We're gonna essentially enter the death of innocence and then the rebirth, and then essentially slowly finding yourself again. So he's essentially gonna have that moment that maybe Akuba had in Steins Gate, where he spirals like fucking crazy, and eventually like he snaps out of it and he finds himself. So that's totally this. The problem now is that Kazuya himself can't hold back from contradicting himself. He has desires for Ruka and is completely lost when it comes to facing Chizuru and Umi. If he wants, it's super easy. But Umi's not going to do anything. Umi doesn't seem like he's out to do anything bad. He's presenting himself as a friend. And I think it would genuinely be really interesting if Umi like actually tries to be his friend. And it throws people the fuck off. Like he gives him real genuine advice. And it throws people the fuck off. I think that would be so fascinating. If Umi just gives Kazuya genuine advice and it throws Kazuya the fuck off. And he's like, what the fuck? And he's just not ready for it. And I think, and I've said this before, I think what Umi's going to talk about is Chizuru's feelings. He's not going to, he's here to talk to Kazuya, but he's here to talk to Kazuya about Chizuru's feelings. Because I think he already knows Kazuya loves Chizuru, but, there's that thing with Ruka where it's like, okay, maybe something's happening there. To be fair, Ruka did that to herself. Keep demanding Kazuya not to be with Chizuru, not hear what he's with her, so Kazuya hides not to make her upset and throw a child's tantrum. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That is in part true. That is in part true. Ruka did in many ways dig her own fucking grave. Ruka in many ways did in fact dig her own fucking grave. Totally. And that is why I'm saying if she finds out, it'll be depressing.
That is why I'm saying if she finds out, it'll be depressing. Because that realization that she did this will break her, because what if what she did to Kazuya was the same thing? Do you see how it can slowly spiral? That realization that Kazuya hid this from Ruka for an entire month. Okay? He hid this from her because she was so dismissive and caused so many problems for him. She did this. Which means that she did and then she starts thinking about it, and if she thinks about it, holy shit, I did that same thing to him when I was kissing him and doing all these things. It's like he wasn't even thinking about Chizuru. What the fuck was I doing? I completely ignored his feelings. And then she goes back further and realizes, oh, I've ignored his feelings then. I ignored his feelings then. Heck, I even ignored his feelings in the very beginning of the story. And he still treated me with kindness. Do you see how her entire character would fall the fuck apart? Because she has perceived herself in a very particular way up until this point. Ruka has not perceived herself to be in the wrong up until this point, only to possibly realize she has been in the wrong for a very long time. She has actively ignored Kazuya's feelings, the person she claims to love. Do you see how that could trigger depression and make her really, really fall the fuck apart and have to self-reflect extra hard? Right? Do you see how that could really, really mess her up? And that's what I mean about the death and rebirth. She would have to experience depression in order to find acceptance and accept the fact that she did something shitty. That perfectly aligns with Kazuya. Kazuya's current conflict, narratively, is to need to come to the realization that his actions are literally causing a lot of what's happening. How he's acting, what he's choosing to do are literally the issues, and he's projecting a lot of that onto Chizuru. And in some ways, he's in not acknowledging how he feels. He like literally, basically, Kazuya needs a trigger to realize the reality of the situation, how he's been fucking misunderstanding everything. In particular, realizing how serious Chizuru was. So maybe Kazuya hearing how she turned Umi down, I don't think that would trigger that. I'm curious. See, that's the thing. I know this very well could be Ruka's trigger. I don't know what's going to be Kazuya's trigger. There's a very real chance this is going to be Ruka's trigger. Maybe Kazuya seeing Ruka get hurt is Kazuya realizing maybe because he didn't deal with this sooner. This is why it happened. You know? Maybe if Kazuya realizes because he didn't deal with this sooner, maybe this is why it happened. And if this is why this happened with Ruka, is a hero's journey a loop, not a spiral? Correct. But yes, it is a loop. You're right. It is a loop. But the story is a spiral. The thing is, so this is you're introducing something very fascinating here. You're correct, completely so. But that's the thing. Kazuya is trapped in a loop. Kazuya is trapped in a loop of his own making. This loop didn't need to exist. He made this loop. And he literally followed the hero's journey to a T. He needs to experience the loop to realize his spiral. The spiral being he's literally dropping downwards constantly. So you have two things happening. You have a loop happening and you have a spiral happening. Yes, two things are coexisting at the same time, much like how Kazuya himself is literally coexisting. And the loop becoming a spiral slowly. Correct. You're literally having two things somewhat coexisting, where it is a loop, where he's essentially looping, he's essentially just doing the same thing, but it's slowly devolving into a spiral. It's slowly starting to all fall apart, and for him to slowly realize he has created this for himself. The spiral of Kazuya's shirt represents that loop. No. The spiral on Kazuya's shirt literally represents an actual spiral. He is trapped in basically, the reason it's a spiral, the reason the spiral is even present in the first place is simple. A spiral can feel like a loop. A spiral can feel like a loop because when it goes around, even though it's going deeper, it's still turning like a loop. So it looks like a loop. It presents itself like a loop, but it's a spiral. It's not a loop. A spiral makes you think you're trapped in a loop because it turns round and round and round and it looks like it doesn't end. A spiral, like a loop, appears like it doesn't end. It just turns and turns and turns forever and ever and ever and ever. But it does have an end because a spiral has a beginning. And so if it has a beginning, it has an end. That's the difference between a loop and a spiral. The characters think they're in a loop. Minnie literally references loops constantly. She literally references Endless Eight, an infamous part of Haruhi Suzumiya, where the characters are trapped in a loop and they play the same episode over and over again until the characters figure out what they need to do to escape the loop. Minnie constantly references things that are like traps and you're trapped in a loop. It's like she tells Kazuya you're in the Matrix, not realizing what that actually fucking means. She tells him like things along those lines, like she references Don Quixote, a character trapped in illusions, not realizing how literally Kazuya is making those illusions for himself. And so basically, you're presented this idea that we're looping. You're presented this idea that we're going in circles. We literally read this from that post earlier, right? This post earlier, he starts it. How does he start it? At this point, the story is just going in circles. He literally says it. The story is just going in circles. We're just looping. We're doing the same thing. And you're being led into that false sense of security. You think we're just going in a loop. It's a spiral. And you think you're going on the hero's journey. What Kazuya is experiencing is essentially the broken hero's journey. And the whole idea is that what Kazuya needs to create is a true loop. But not the loop of like, a mistake, but rather the loop of love. And what I mean by that is that love is kind of like infinity. It's an active choice you continue to make to keep existing. You keep love alive. Chizuru literally calls a relationship and love, if she has a lover, she literally calls it like they have infinite time. She compares it to infinite time. Infinity is just a loop. It's literally just a loop. It's forever. And so what Kazuya needs to do is realize he is trapped in a spiral and he needs to make a proper loop for himself. A loop where he honestly talks and communicates and she honestly talks and communicates. And they can speak to each other and create this infinity sign that they want to create for each other. So yes, Reiji is absolutely leveraging the loop. He is. Case in point. Kazuya and Chizuru, after Hawaiians, literally after a kiss, straight up, Kazuya and Chizuru, after a kiss, don't talk for 3 months. Kazuya and Chizuru, after what happens in the rejection, Chizuru kisses him. Kazuya doesn't talk to her. Chizuru doesn't talk to him. That's weird. And that lasts for like a day or two. And then Minnie goes and ends it. Minnie, in the 3-month time skip, goes and ends the 3-month time skip. That's weird. Huh. And then Chizuru, this time, as a reversal of those events, Chizuru back then says she'll meet Kazuya, after that point, she chooses to meet Kazuya under his own terms. That should be foreshadowing to you. How Chizuru meets Kazuya in the 3-month time skip. Damn, after watching your stream, Rent a Girlfriend seems like the best freaking manga. Yes, I am converting people. Yes. Okay. So literally, after the 3-month time skip, when Minnie convinces Chizuru to go to talk to Kazuya, how does Chizuru meet Kazuya? Under his own terms. She meets him through rental because that is how he has tried to contact her. He has tried to meet her through rental, so she meets him under his own terms. Suddenly, that could make a lot of sense for what Chizuru is trying to do now. Chizuru does not contact Kazuya until he contacts her. And whatever he wants to do, she just agrees. She is meeting him under his own terms. Again. And Kazuya does not realize he is the one who created this. And this is the fascinating thing about the 3-month time skip. Everybody blames Chizuru for the 3-month time skip. But there's a little detail I've explained to my chat. I'm going to explain it to Goku over here because he's new. Kazuya lives right next to Chizuru. We've seen him in the past stand in front of her door and wait for her to confront her and talk to her. And he's met her at school. He knows her schedule. It's almost like Kazuya had a lot of options he could have used in the 3-month time skip, and he chose to use none of them. It's almost like he was avoiding her too. And that is suddenly proven to you more when you think about it. Because what did Kazuya do? He knocked on her door. She didn't respond. He thought he had her noise. He knocks again. She doesn't respond. He texts her, but what does he text her? He texts her one single text message. He texts her about a coupon that he had that belonged to her. And she doesn't respond. She sees it and doesn't respond. And Kazuya never texts her again. Instead, what does he do afterwards? He tries to use rental to contact Chizuru. And Chizuru does not agree to any of his rental dates. And you're like, why is she avoiding him? But that's the thing. That's the thing. Why would Chizuru not agree to any rental dates considering what happens in Hawaiians? What happened in Hawaiians? The entire confrontation was centered around Chizuru taking his fucking money. Mami's entire leverage in Hawaiians is that Chizuru is taking Kazuya's money, and Chizuru does not want their relationship to be defined by money. She doesn't want him to keep giving her money. But she accepts he is not going to face her. So what does Chizuru do? She's like, I'll do it on his own terms. He wants to meet me through this, we'll do it through this. Maybe it'll make him feel comfortable. So she does that. She apologizes. She tries to fix their relationship. She removes money from their relationship. And suddenly, if you go back to the current events of the manga, you start to realize, wait, Chizuru kissed Kazuya and Kazuya didn't call or contact her or anything. And yet, for some weird reason, all the blame is placed on Chizuru. Many places all of the blame on Chizuru, like it is her fault, like she did this. None of it is placed on Kazuya, even though he didn't contact her at all. Many talks about Chizuru didn't contact Kazuya, yet Kazuya didn't contact her either. So why the fuck is it all Chizuru's fault? Kazuya said he'll keep waiting for Chizuru until she feels she loves him. Chizuru proceeds to kiss him. I feel like you got your answer, buddy. She's at the very least ready to get into the relationship with you, so why don't you contact her? It's almost like Kazuya doesn't trust her, and he hasn't trusted her since Hawaiians. He hasn't trusted her since Hawaiians. Since the 3-month time skip, he has had severe trust issues with Chizuru, and he's not talking about it, and Chizuru doesn't know why. Now, Chizuru does know, she does believe she wronged him. She believes she wronged him for the 3 months. She believes she's in the wrong for lying in Hawaiians. She feels really bad about that. She's beating herself up about that she lied. But that's the thing. Kazuya also had a part to play in that lie. You know, he still had a part to play in why all that stuff happened. So in the latest chapters, Kazuya is doubting Chizuru too. Kazuya's been doubting Chizuru for like the past 100 or so chapters. Right now, all that's happening is just getting spelled out for you. Right here with Umi, Chizuru told him she's looking forward to July 11th. She's not going to have a boyfriend. And Kazuya says, but that in and of itself could be a lie. Chizuru could have lied to me. Why would she lie to you? What makes you think she's going to lie? And the reason Kazuya thinks she's going to lie is because of how things turned out at the in the rejection, how things turned out prior. But that's the thing. He needs to talk to her. Bro, you got to fucking talk to her to understand what's going on. You got to clear things up, otherwise your relationship is built on fiction. Kazuya does not trust Chizuru, period. She, on the other hand, does trust him. She does have faith in him. And I mean this genuinely. Chizuru has like hella faith in Kazuya. She doesn't doubt him. But she's afraid. She's afraid to open up. And it's because there is a bit of doubt underneath all of that. And what I mean by this is that Chizuru wants to open up to Kazuya. She's ready to show him everything. But Kazuya is like not opening up to her. And that's something that can really scare you in a relationship, you know? Like when you try to open up to someone and you know, they make you feel safe and comfortable, but they're not opening up to you. So what are they hiding? Why are they scared? And it makes you scared. So Chizuru has a lot of faith in Kazuya. She really trusts him. But at the same time, she's also very clearly scared, and he needs to make her feel comfortable. And that's Kazuya's biggest mistake, is that he's not making her feel comfortable. He's getting her fucking scared. You know? And you see a lot of that. You see that like even when she had faith and she kissed him, you see right after that when Kazuya doesn't contact her, she's getting worried. She's getting scared. She's like, holy shit. Like, she's a little worried. She's like, okay, he's not talking to me. Maybe he thought the kiss was bad. Maybe he hates me. Did I fuck up? And it gets under her skin. And when he calls her, she's a little worried. You know, he says he wants to talk. But that's the interesting part. We talked about this when that chapter came out. In this chapter where Kazuya calls Chizuru, and he says, in Japanese, Kazuya never says the word date. Hey, I was just thinking on July 11th, if you're free, I was hoping we could go out together. He never says the word date. And this is really interesting. She texted Umi to meet up, to talk, only to reject him. Suddenly, she gets a call from Kazuya saying, I was hoping we could go out. What is going out? Are you good? It could be a rejection. She doesn't know if it's a good thing or if it's a bad thing. So she just says, okay, yeah, let's go out. And she doesn't look happy because this could be bad. She doesn't know. He didn't contact her this entire fucking time. And the one time he calls her, he just says, let's meet up on July 11th. For all she knows, it could be bad. She has no clue. He hasn't talked to her. So she's scared. She talks to him, and he eases her worries without realizing. He says, it's great news. I'm super happy for you. Suddenly, she feels a little less worried. She feels a little less bad. As he's about to hang up, right? He tells her, oh, you don't just focus on doing your best. Don't worry about me. All she cares about is you. She's clearly worried about you. So she tells him, wait, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to July 11th. It means a lot to me. And it makes her happy. And by the end, Chizuru brightens up. She goes from this character in shadows and starts looking forward to the future. What did this scene just tell you? Kazuya needs to talk to his partner and reassure her it's okay. But that's the thing. She can't reassure him without him first opening up to her. Chizuru had no way of knowing he was scared and he was worried because he didn't talk to her. What is the only reason she is able to talk to him? He reassures her first. She talks to him. She tells him, I'm really sorry. I'm confusing myself. I don't know what's going on. I'm lost. I'm scared. And I'm sorry. And Kazuya's like, don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm not blaming you. You're good. Suddenly, she feels a lot more comfortable. She feels a lot more confident in herself. And for that exact reason, she feels confident enough to reassure him that she's looking forward to this without realizing. What essentially happened is they both reassured each other without realizing. They both made sure the other person was happy without realizing. This chapter essentially tells you what needs to happen. Chizuru needs to talk to him. He needs to talk to her. Otherwise, neither of them is going to understand or be able to reassure the other person. You're essentially getting foreshadowing here. You're getting foreshadowing of what needs to happen. They need to fucking talk to each other. They don't understand each other. They're literally talking across the phone. They don't actually understand each other. And even when they don't understand each other, they reassure the other person. That's how strong their bond is. They're literally not talking to each other properly, and they can still reassure the other person. That's how strong their bond is. And you see parallels of that in the current arc, where I wrote about this. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I talked about it in the current arc, literally in the current chapter, and how the current chapter focuses on appearances. In particular, how Kazuya and Chizuru are still. Here, I'll read it right here. Chizuru is working what is considered a big adult job while being lost in her innocent thoughts about the kiss, unable to focus. Kazuya is working a small-time job with a young girl but dealing with an adult subject matter in his lust, the same meeting point of desire and guilt. Despite them being on different levels, they are actually more alike than ever, reflecting how their status does not define the nature of their relationship. Who they are does. Appearances are deceptive in that way, much like Ruka assumes Umi is shallow just based on his looks. Chizuru seems to be a little disappointed when Kazuya says, "I heard July 11th play from Minnie." Yes, that is true. There is a bit of a disappointment. That is completely true. She asks him initially, like, you heard about July 11th, but she is a little happy. You know, she's happy that he's happy about the play, right? She asks him about it, and she's happy that he's happy about the play. So I wouldn't say she's outright disappointed, but there is like this issue of just like, she has to use Minnie as a relay point. She can't say that to him, you know? She says, I said I didn't want to make you wait any longer, but whenever it's about you, I feel like I'm a completely different person. So that's the thing. This entire scene is about this line in Japanese, where it's essentially the moon is beautiful. The line in Japanese is the moon is beautiful. Suki sounds like ski, which is love. So literally the whole point of this chapter, it's called The Girlfriend in the Moon, is that Chizuru is secretly confessing without realizing. She's essentially confessing to him without realizing, and it's literally all over her. The moon is on her clothes. The moon is in the sky. You know, the moon is called Suki, aka love. It represents their love. It represents Chizuru's love. And that's why I said when she's interacting with Umi, it's like Umi is judging Chizuru's love, because the moon is literally right behind him. Look at this. The moon is right behind Umi. It is as if he is judging her love. Look at this. The moon is constantly behind Umi. It is as if he is judging her love. Are you serious? Are you actually in love with this person? Are you serious? Right? He is challenging her love. He is testing her love. That's what it feels like. That's what this whole sequence feels like. That's the whole point of the moon. The moon literally represents this love. Damn, I wish I could find you earlier. Yeah, BP, we fucking hooking people. Yeah, and so Chizuru is literally wearing moons all over herself, because the moon represents love, and that moon is also there in the actual Odaiba date. It's also there in the actual Odaiba date. In the Odaiba date, it literally ends at night, and the moon is overhead, and the moon is literally right there. When Kazuya is talking about Chizuru's feelings in right after the 3-month time skip, he compares her feelings to the fullness of the moon. He says if like it's her feelings, it's not the fullness of the moon, as if the moon fills, her feelings would fill. But that's the thing in a lot of literature. The crescent moon, the moon Chizuru specifically has on her, the crescent moon is often symbolic of eternal bonds. It is symbolic of eternal love. It is love that literally does not end. And there you go. We're back to infinity. We're back to fucking infinity, baby. We're back to infinity. Oh my god. And interestingly, if you've ever played Final Fantasy VII, it is literally in Final Fantasy VII. There is literally Tifa wears a crescent moon charm, and you can get the crescent moon charm in Final Fantasy VII remake, and the remake literally has like a description for the crescent moon charm, and it literally reads symbolic of eternal love, or symbolic of an eternal bond. I removed your prediction to end date before the chapter comes out. I removed you what? What? Oh yeah, no, I predicted the rejection in the day before the chapter came out. I was literally fucking saying it. Yeah. I literally said it in the thing. Your team Tifa. I'm sorry to tell you there's no team Aerith or Yuffie. It's always been Tifa. There is no teams, it is Tifa. Every single thing Cloud did, he did for Tifa. From the start. It is always Tifa. It is always been Tifa. Nobody else. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break it to you. There is no team Aerith. There is no team Yuffie. There's no team anything else. It is Tifa. Because it's literally always been Tifa. She started everything. It's literally like it's literally the same thing as this series. But no, I was literally saying like when chapter 379 came out, I straight up called it. I was just like, oh no. There are so many clear signs that this is not going to end well. The signs are literally all there. And if you paid attention throughout the entire date, the signs were all over the whole date. And they were there before even that date. Basically the Odaiba date between Kazuya and Chizuru, you absolutely need to read the mini scouting. Kazuya and Minnie go scouting for that date prior. It is absolutely necessary to read those chapters to in order to fully understand that date and realize what went wrong. They are inherently connected. You know, if Aerith didn't die, he would have chosen her. She's the one who brings his real self out. No, because Cloud does develop feelings for Aerith, but it's not normal love. And no, he wouldn't have chosen her. He would have always chosen Tifa. The problem is that Aerith knows she's making a mistake with Cloud. In particular, she's literally stealing Tifa's spot. They visually symbolize this to you when they go to Cloud's hometown, and Aerith literally sits where Tifa used to sit. She's literally stealing Tifa's spot, and she knows it. Just as Cloud is merely just a replacement for Zack. She's trying to find the real Cloud, but she can't. And a lot of what Cloud feels for Aerith is unfortunately stems a bit from his guilt and Zack's own feelings, because Cloud is part Zack. The sad truth is that Cloud does have feelings for Aerith, but not the same way that he does for Tifa. What he has for Tifa is much deeper and much more entrenched. It is shared trauma. It is a shared childhood. It is the same loss. It is the same suffering. Cloud can't truly understand Aerith. And that's what essentially Zack was for Aerith, is that he couldn't truly understand her, but he brought her out of this loneliness because he didn't care about any of that stuff. He just involved her. And Aerith more so values Cloud less like a lover and more like a family member. And she even tells him, "Don't fall in love with me." She knows she's gonna die. Don't fall in love with me. You know, because Cloud does catch feelings for Aerith, but it's not about picking. Because the thing is, the Cloud you're seeing in the story is not the real Cloud. So even if he picked Aerith, that's not the real him. That's not how he actually feels. The real him loves Tifa. The Cloud you're seeing is just an illusion. Because the entirety of Final Fantasy VII, the big idea behind it is that every single character is wearing a mask. Every single character in Final Fantasy VII, from the moment you meet them, is wearing a mask. Everybody. And literally, it's them slowly learning to drop the mask. But for Cloud, it's like layered. It's layered on trauma and Genova fucking horseshit. But the Cloud you're seeing is not the real fucking Cloud. So you can't say basically he developed feelings even though it was fiction. He clearly has feelings for Aerith. He cares about Aerith. But the real Cloud loves Tifa. And if he's not honest with himself and who he is, how can he know if he truly loves this person? You know, it's about confronting yourself, and the real Cloud that is him. It has been Tifa from the fucking start. It is not about if Aerith died. It didn't matter if Aerith died or lived. The real Cloud would have chosen Tifa. And he says so. He literally fucking says so. And that's the thing. Even Aerith ships them. Even Aerith ships them. Literally everybody ships them. Yuffie ships them, Kate Sith ships them, Aerith ships them. They literally all give Cloud shit throughout the game for liking Tifa. They fucking know. But Aerith almost wants to reclaim something she's lost, and that being Zack, because Cloud is kind of like Zack, you know? Anyways, I had a friend tell me that after the Umi talk, Kazuya could be an accident during driving school due to his spiral making him losing focus, thus triggering a meetup with Chizuru. Actually, Kazuya isn't even at a point to drive at this point. He's not going to start driving anytime soon. So I don't think there's going to be an accident, you know? I kind of hope not. I wouldn't really like that personally if there was some sort of driving accident. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't want Chizuru to go and meet Kazuya just because there was an accident. I want to understand what's going on with Chizuru and why she's not talking to him. I want to know the full truth, you know? I want to see the full picture, and I don't want it to be triggered as a byproduct of that. However, Ruka being the accident, Kazuya literally calls it an accident. You know, it was just a mistake. It was just an accident. It didn't really happen. Makes a lot more sense as the triggering point for this rather than a literal accident. I just don't like that. I don't like Kazuya spiraling because of something that happened with Ruka and that results in him getting into an accident. That feels kind of shallow, you know? Especially considering, please understand, when you're driving in driving school, there is a trained professional with you who can stop the car at any moment. Because their car literally on the other side literally has like brakes. They could press the brakes on the car and just stop you. So I don't think Kazuya would get into an accident. That feels more shallow. What would be more fitting is that Kazuya getting into driving school, a more fitting thing for this that would work for me is that it could trigger Chizuru's fear of Kazuya driving because her grandpa got into a driving accident. And Kazuya reminds her a lot of her grandpa. So what could trigger Chizuru and make her genuinely scared is this fear that Kazuya might get into an accident because he's getting his driver's license. And he reminds her of her grandpa, and she doesn't want to lose him like she lost her grandpa. And I want her to tell him that. I think that would be a very powerful fucking moment if that's what happened. She's like, I don't want to lose you like I lost my grandpa. Like that would, like that shit would, I love you. I don't want to lose you. Like shit like that. I think that would really fucking hit. So that connection between Kazuya and Chizuru's grandpa is like really solid in that regard, you know? Is it possible after hearing living together and dates, Ruka might realize what it means to be second? That's essentially what I've been describing. That's why I'm saying it would trigger depression. So I've said this for a little bit. Ruka has essentially gone through 3 stages of grief. In the very beginning, so here, right here, in chapter 403, prior to chapter 403, Ruka is going through denial. She's literally pretending like nothing is actually happening, even though deep down she knows the truth, and she kind of admits it. She says it right around here. Ever since that day half a year ago, I've kind of suspected something has been going on between you and Chizuru-san. I've just been too scared to ask. So she was pretending. She was in denial. She knew something was going on, but she pretended like it wasn't there. Right after this, Ruka says, I just thought if you could be my first time, that'd make me happy. I'm okay with being second. Bargaining. So denial, bargaining. And then when we get to one of the more recent chapters, 406, what do we start seeing with 406? First, a hint of anger. A little more angry. Starting to get pretty angry. She asks Kazuya something. He's in denial. She gets mad, frustrated, and leaves. She lashes out and she tells him, you shut up. She yells at him to shut the fuck up. And she's getting mad at him and she's lashing out and yelling. And the only thing that we have not seen is that Ruka is nearing depression. Depression is literally the next step. I never freaking knew chapters like this. Now it all makes sense. Literally, Reiji lays it out very meticulously, very carefully. And if you want to know why Reiji writes like this, watch Breaking Bad. Reiji said Breaking Bad is like one of his biggest influences when writing this series. And it absolutely makes fucking sense. Literally, the way they write Breaking Bad, the way they structure dynamics, the subtleties of like little things like how the characters dress or what the characters do or what the characters say, how the characters present themselves, how the characters wear masks. All of it is right there. Breaking Bad, he literally loves the creators of Breaking Bad. He was talking about how he's watching Pluribus, the new one that just came out that they also made, and he's like, I kind of don't get it at the moment. He's pretty much saying like, I kind of don't get it at the moment, but I'm really curious. These guys are like my fucking idols. I love these dudes. Breaking Bad, really, yeah. So there's a lot of series he takes some inspiration from. It's not just anything. In an English interview, he said the 2 series he took inspirations from in terms of Western media. So Reiji watches a lot of Western media. He interacts with a lot of fucking Western media. So Breaking Bad was one he listed. The other he listed was Desperate Housewives. If you know anything about Desperate Housewives, it is a series that pretty much revolutionized soap operas, because it essentially said you could write a soap opera and it could still be well written. And it explores a lot of the struggles of women in like America. There's a lot of social commentary in Desperate Housewives, like a lot. There's a lot of drama, but there's a lot of like social commentary structured around the drama and what the characters are doing, how they're acting, what triggers what happened. It's also a very dark series. Like Desperate Housewives is actually quite fucking dark. And there's a lot of like stuff going on in that narrative. But yeah, he definitely takes inspiration from that stuff. You can start seeing other inspirations. For instance, Shiunji Family feels a little bit more akin to what is it? Not Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul. It has a very slow, very meticulous pieces of writing. And it hasn't fully kicked into gear yet. It started very, very slow, and it conditions you. What I love about Reiji's second series is that it conditions you into all the tropes you're familiar with. It eases you into such a perfect, false sense of security. It like literally every single character is a trope, and every single character plays the trope to perfection. But regularly, the story is actively telling you something is wrong here. Something is wrong here. This isn't right. This is not adding up. And you constantly get hints, but it never fully takes the mask off. It just keeps it on. but constantly makes you feel uncomfortable. And this is kind of how Better Saul works. Better Call Saul, for a huge portion of the series, is just kind of really building into like what it wants to do in the later seasons. And then when you get to the later seasons, you're like, oh my fucking God, everything was there. Think of it like Expedition 33. Expedition 33 like eases you into a false sense of security on what you're playing and what you're interacting with. And then it completely flips the script on the third act. And you're like, what the fucking hell? What the fuck? In Shunji family, their dad is like controlling the kids, assigning roles when they're children. Yeah, that's pretty much what I said yesterday, I think. I'm pretty sure I talked about this like yesterday. I was talking about that. No fucking shit. That's why Kazuya is like Jesse Pinkman and he can't catch a break. Yeah, kinda. There is a parallel between Kazuya and Jesse Pinkman, especially considering Jesse is a character who seeks control over his life. And he, in that sense, his desire for control is quite similar to Kazuya. The thing is that I wouldn't say they're exactly the same character. There is some similarities, but I wouldn't say they're exactly the same character. For instance, you could argue that Walter's desire for control from his family is something you can kind of see with Kazuya too. But unlike Walter White, Kazuya isn't a piece of shit from the start. Walter's a piece of shit from the fucking start. He doesn't become a bad person. He was a bad person from the fucking start. That's something like I kind of don't like about Breaking Bad when people talk about it. They're like, "Oh no, Walter becomes an evil person." I'm like, "No, he was shit from the start. He was shit from the start. He literally had every opportunity to do the right thing and he chose not to. Like he literally gets offered a job and payment for his fucking cancer shit and he just declines it out of pride. Like his stupid fucking pride. It's there from the start. Walter's a piece of shit from the fucking start of the series. Like, just saying. And like, it's the same thing with Skylar. Skylar's like right from the start of the series. She's kind of annoying, yes, and she does do her own bad things. It adds moral complexity to her character, but she's also fucking correct for like a huge part of the story. Skylar is fucking right. But yeah, there is similarities to like a lot of the characters in Breaking Bad in some way, shape, or form. But the difference is Rent-A-Girlfriend is more of a criticism of Japanese culture, whereas Breaking Bad is more of a I would say maybe not criticism. Okay, criticism and social commentary of Japanese culture. Breaking Bad is a criticism and social commentary of Western culture, America specifically. I'm sick of Expedition 33 people. Don't stop talking about it like it's the great masterpiece of the century. Fuck off. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, on one hand, it is quite revolutionary as a story. Revolutionary in the sense that like it brought back. Okay. Maybe it's not necessarily revolutionary. It brought back what people essentially forgot and chose to ignore. Like, I would say Expedition 33's gameplay is not too different from, like, fucking Mario and Luigi. Have any of you played Mario and Luigi? Have any of you played, like, old school Final Fantasy games? Like, I'm talking, like, old school Final Fantasy games. This game is, like, just a big homage to that stuff. You know, and then what makes it so interesting is its storytelling and the world building. That shit is really fucking good. Like, I will absolutely give them that. And they do some really interesting stuff. Like, for instance, their use of sound design is genuinely kind of brilliant. Not many people seem to give them credit for that. It's something that I think Expedition 33 does really well, where so parrying is a big thing in that game, and you can literally learn to parry by following a rhythm. And they create a perfect sound rhythm with attacks and movements so that your ears can recognize it and you can follow it. They do some genuinely good shit. It is a good game. It is a really good game. And I do still think it should have won Game of the Year. It is really, really good. I don't think it's like some perfect greatest thing since ever, but it is an amazing game. I think it's a masterpiece in the sense that it's their masterpiece. You know, it's a love letter to old school Final Fantasy games. You know, it's a love letter to old school turn-based video games. It is genuinely a fucking good game. It's great. I'm still playing it. You know, I thought I was going to quit yesterday and ended up continuing to play it. Are you more like a wee or like a woo? Ah, yeah. Ooh. I think I'm more of a wee. I'm more of a wee, but sometimes I go woo. Mon ami. Hey, we got us some SKA lovers in the fucking chat. My goat SKA. Fucking lover. Fucking love SKA. Johan, quick question. A plus of 97 isn't actually the highest you're in love, right? No, it's literally the illusion. So what Ruka's under her own illusion. She thinks if she hits 100, she's suddenly going to become a different person. She thinks if Ruka reaches the number 100 on her phone, something different is going to happen. She's going to magically transform. And this is in many ways similar to sex. A lot of people think after you have sex, suddenly you're going to become a whole different person. Suddenly you're going to undergo some magical transformation. No. That's not, no. And I think that's a big issue we have in society these days is that we build up sex as this big, crazy thing. And then to some people, it ends up being disappointing. That it's not how you imagined it. In fact, the entire chapters where Ruka is sexually assaulting Kazuya literally leverages this idea of Ruka essentially what Kazuya is experiencing sex, but not in the way that he had imagined it. It is a traumatizing experience. It is not a good thing. It is something that haunts him and scares him, and it freaks him out. And that's not how he imagined having sex. In that same way, that's clearly not how Ruka imagined it. That element is fundamental to this thing with Ruka and her phone and getting the number 100 on her BPM, where she's like she thinks if she hits number 100, something is gonna happen. She's gonna change and something's gonna happen. And reality, nothing's gonna happen. You're still gonna be you. You're gonna look in the mirror and you're still gonna be the same person. You're not going to be some different person. And that's pretty much the whole point with Ruka is that she's being built for disappointment. Ruka is literally going to be depressed by the end of this. She's going to be like, I'm still me. Nothing changed. What the fuck? Because she's building up this big idea in her head. She's a kid. She is a kid. She is a stupid kid who does not realize the true magnitude of her actions. She's building up this big thing in her head, and she doesn't even understand what the fuck she's talking about. Ruka doesn't even understand love. She has this deep feelings for Kazuya. She is in love, but she's not really understanding what love is because she's not making an active choice. Ruka is not making an active choice for her love. And in so doing, she's misunderstanding love. Ruka is in many ways conflating love with desire. She's literally conflating love with desire. She feels a lot of desire, and she's starting to conflate that with love, whereas love is an active choice you must make. Ruka is making an active choice to pursue her desire, not an active choice to listen and care for your partner and share experiences with them. She's fundamentally misunderstood love. She's misunderstood what it is. The lights are getting dim, so let me turn on the lights. I think she's in depression. She'll hit 100. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the point is that Ruka will never hit 100. Not with Kazuya. And the reason I say this is because recently there was I've mentioned this to my chat before. Recently there was a Ruka event. There was a Ruka event. There was a special crowdfunding event for Ruka to celebrate her character, to celebrate her birthday. And in that event, Reiji drew a special manga. This was a chapter. He wanted to do more chapters for Ruka. So he basically said, you know what, fuck the editors. They won't let me do a chapter. So I'm going to do this event and draw a chapter that is canon. And Reiji references this chapter in chapter 401. Or wait, my bad. I went to 402. It's in 401. My bad. Might be 401. when you cut to Ruka, when you look at her phone, her wallpaper on her phone is literally that picture from that event. In that event, there's a part where Kazuya does a punching machine. And if you get 100, you get a special prize. This prize is a train. Ruka likes trains. Trains are very deeply rooted in Ruka's character. And Kazuya has hit, and Kazuya continues to hit it. And he never gets 100. He gets really close. He gets 99. But he never lands 100, and he runs out of money. And he couldn't hit the 100. And Ruka is still happy with that. Ruka finds happiness even though Kazuya never reached 100. Her mistake is she's chasing that 100. Ruka's mistake is continuing to chase this big number when she doesn't need it. The number is an illusion. The number is a mistake because guess what? When you see Ruka with 97, when you see Ruka with number 97, fucking look at her. In Japanese, she says, I can't take it. In Japanese, she says, I'm at my limit. Not I can't take it anymore. I'm at my limit. But what you're literally seeing is she's at a physical limit. She's literally overwhelmed physically because it's taking a toll on her body. Her heart rate shouldn't be this high. Her heart rate literally shouldn't be this high. She literally has a medical condition where her heart rate should not go this high. And she is, and it is actually hurting her. This constant chase to get this thing to feel normal, to get this thing she feels she lacks, is actually hurting her. It is making things worse. In reality, she's fine. She doesn't need it. She still finds happiness without it. She's still joyous. Her heart still beats. She still gets to have fun experiences. And that's literally what you see in Hawaiians. In Hawaiians, literally what Ruka is going through is that she's literally having fun on her own. Kazuya isn't even around. She's literally just having fun on her own. And she tells herself it must be because Kazuya is there. She uses him as this confirmation bias. But she was literally having fun on her own. He wasn't with her. And she was having a great time. Her heart was beating. She was going on water slides. She was going ballistic. She was having a great fucking time. You know? Do you think Reiji is writing Kazuya as traumatized or anything negative like this from the interaction? Because it feels like the result of the point of the arc was simply to make Kazuya much more attracted to her physically. So look. There's an issue with how you're interpreting this. The reason Kazuya feels physical attraction to Ruka is that he already did. This is issue number one. Here's Kazuya before she did anything, and he was already doing this. Go back to earlier chapters with Ruka. Even before he went on the date, he was already doing this. What the sexual assault essentially did for Kazuya is two things. One, it compounded his guilt, and now as a victim, whenever he feels it compounded his guilt. Two, it unlocked his sexual desires so he can't restrain them anymore. He already felt a lot of sexual desires and he buried them. So now they're coming out, and because they're coming out, he's starting to feel guilt. What Reiji's doing now is that he's leveraging this to present Kazuya as a cheater to the audience. Like he's not actually in love with Chizuru. And what this does is it makes Kazuya doubt his own feelings. It gets under his skin. Kazuya is absolutely traumatized. He absolutely is. Because every single time he feels this desire for Ruka, literally right after, guilt. It starts eating away at him. And he's falling apart. And basically what this is all connecting to is chapter 218, because that chapter fucked him up. that chapter messed him up. Kazuya has a deep, uncomfortable relationship with his sexuality. In particular, the fact that he is so horny. It scares him. And seriously, go to the internet. How many people beat Kazuya up for feeling the sexual desires that he does? How many people beat him up for just feeling this? It is fucking him up. It absolutely is. He is so fucking traumatized. What are you constantly seeing Kazuya do? Literally, what do you see him do in chapter 407? When he thinks about Ruka, when he thinks about what happened, he starts wiping and scrubbing this thing that is meant to be something for celebration. Theoretically, Kazuya should be celebrating. He got to have a sexual relationship with a girl. He should be celebrating. He should be pumping that tambourine. He should be excited. And yet, there's nothing to be excited about. He's just cleaning this thing, and it makes him want to clean it more because he's scared. It's literally like he's wiping blood. What you're not realizing is that Kazuya is intentionally being presented comedically and in a silly way to misdirect from how actually hurt he is. Because this is what guys do. This is how a lot of guys cope. They misdirect away from their pain and they blame themselves. And that blaming compounds. Have you ever heard about how guys, when they masturbate, they beat themselves up about it afterwards? They feel guilty for interacting with this stuff. And that's a huge part of how people don't know how to interact with pornography. They feel this kind of sense of disgust in themselves for even interacting with this thing. But they don't know how to disassociate. They don't know how to separate. And Kazuya already viewed himself negatively. So what happened with Ruka is him just adding to that. He's blaming himself even more. He's not blaming Ruka. He's blaming himself because he hates himself. This merely acted as a reminder of how much Kazuya hates himself. Because that is the real issue, his self-loathing. The deep-seated hatred Kazuya feels for himself. He fucking hates himself. A lot. And that's the thing. If you can't love yourself, it's really hard to have a loving relationship with someone else. Why? Because when you hate yourself, it's easier to love someone else. It's easier. People tell you, I've even said this before myself. How can you love someone else if you don't love yourself? Quite easily, actually. It's so much easier to love someone else and not love yourself. But you can't have a relationship with someone else and you don't love yourself because they love you. And if you don't value yourself, you're mistreating this person they care about. And that's essentially Kazuya's issue. It's his deep self-hatred that he is terrified to communicate and talk about because he's afraid it's true and that that Chizuru will hate him. That's why Kazuya is so afraid of being hated by Chizuru, because he secretly hates himself. This is how it all connects. And so, no, it's not the physical attraction Kazuya feels for Ruka is Kazuya coming to the realization that this is a part of who he is and he must accept that. A part of Kazuya feels sexual attraction and he must accept this. He must accept that he feels sexual desire, but he's not a bad person. He is not a bad person for feeling the things that he does. It is just a part of who he is. And ever since the Hawaiians arc, he's been trying to deny his sexual desires constantly. Every time he thinks about a girl in a sexy, attractive way, he's like, no, I love Chizuru. He's in denial. He looks at Minnie in sexual ways. He looks at Ruka in sexual ways. He looks at Mommy in sexual ways. Dude, you're horny. It's fine. It doesn't mean you don't love Chizuru. Those are two different things. Those are two different things. They're not the same things. Now I'm realizing why you said I think Hawaiians is the best arc. Yeah, that arc does so much so well. And you gotta pay the fuck attention to what's happening in that arc to really understand. So Reiji really loves his manga going through against editors just to make more chapters and celebrating an event. Yeah. People think Reiji just wants to drag this out. No, he just loves the shit out of this manga. If you've read any of his interviews, literally this dude just loves his manga. He just wants to keep making more. He just loves it so fucking much. He loves his characters so much. When he talks about his characters in interviews, he says they're my children. He literally says they're my children. When he talks about Chizuru in those like goofy ways on Twitter, he's referring to her as his girlfriend, but he's literally presenting it like how you would be like she is your girlfriend, like she is a rental girlfriend. So he's presenting it like that, and people think he's some weird schizophrenic, and he's like, no, I'm just presenting Chizuru in the way that I'm just celebrating this girl that I made that I'm really proud of and I really like. Why are you guys so fucking weird about this? Literally, it's like, why are you guys so fucking weird about this? Like, you guys, it's so funny that they call Reiji a schizophrenic, and he literally writes an entire arc about Kazuya fantasizing about Chizuru and compares him to Don Quixote, aka the OG schizophrenic. Like, bruh. So the point is for him to have to accept that he can feel attracted to different people without feeling like something is wrong with him. It's not just feeling attraction for other people, it's accepting his sexual desires. Kazuya must accept his sexual desires. He is denying that he feels this. He absolutely feels this, and he is pretending it is not there. That this is a bad part of himself he needs to reject and get rid of. That he can't have this. Here. I wrote something perfect about this. And it was chapter 393. What is your deepest, darkest desire? What do you wish for so desperately, yet hide in the night of your heart? Something you want so badly, yet feel you can't have without earning it first, without a license. That's chapter 393. Look at this. Where is Chizuru kissing Kazuya? In the deepest, darkest part of the room. And where are you positioned? You're positioned where the curtain is, and you see a light peeking through. As if you're seeing, you're peeking behind the curtain. You're seeing the darkness deep in Kazuya's heart. You're seeing that deep darkness that he's pretending isn't there. 393 can feel like a pointless chapter the first time you read it. Just like the opening is merely a dream and not reality, so too is the chapter just mostly Kazuya talking to himself and imagining things. But everything shown speaks to a truth of the story's core unspoken conflict of acceptance. We completely ignore the cliffhanger from last time in favor of this chapter. But what if that cliffhanger is actually informed by this chapter and we don't even realize it? The deep desire Kazuya and Chizuru feel for each other, but feel like they aren't allowed to have it yet. Yeah, Chizuru feels that too. What are we constantly seeing with Chizuru that is actually mirroring Kazuya? Kazuya is constantly thinking about Ruka in sexual ways. Chizuru is constantly thinking about the kiss. Every time someone mentions it, she thinks about the kiss. The kiss, the kiss, the kiss, the kiss. She clearly wants more. Oh, she clearly wants more. It's a deep, deep desire that they are terrified of and they want to deny, like it's not there. Whereas Kazuya's path ultimately leads him to a collision course with Mami, Chizuru's path naturally leads her to Umi. One is an unplanned result of their own passivity. One is an active choice to seek a new direction. I thought it was advice. My bad. One is to confront an issue. Chizuru is confronting an issue. Kazuya is being confronted with an issue. Two contrasting paths that seeks to return to the same source, each other. Kazuya wakes up from the dream when Chizuru says she loves him. Not the multiple-page kissing or the intensity of it all, but I love you. This reflects how real and vivid these desires are to him. That the only something he knows has not happened yet would wake him up from them. The only thing that wakes Kazuya up is these deep desires. Oh, sorry, is Chizuru saying, I love you. Not her kissing him like fucking crazy, even though Chizuru's never fucking done that. No. I love you wakes him up. This feeling of desire is so intense that they have consumed even his dreams. In one scene, Kazuya says that Chizuru is not controlled by her desires like he is. What are we seeing recently? She can't even fucking focus. But the irony is, she's just as horny as him, but feels like she needs to control and change these desires for him. Just as Kazuya is trying to change in these chapters in ways so he can be with Chizuru, so too is Chizuru trying to change in ways to be with him. Just in reverse ways. Kazuya in earning her affection through monetary or physical growth, Chizuru in changing her feelings. Naturally, this is all wrong, but that is the point. In forming the wrong, foundational understanding of what the other wants, they have in turn come to the wrong conclusion about how they need to improve. Chizuru talking about career, Kazuya talking about his feelings and desires. 393 raises a question. If everything you experienced in this chapter is just a dream, does it not matter? Many of you will quickly say, yes. But what if that dream reflects what you actually want, what you should actually do? This dream tells Kazuya what he should be doing. In contrast, 4 pages focus on Kazuya's goals. Get buff so he can be desired physically. Get a job so he can be desired financially. Perfectly confess so he can be desired emotionally. All so he can go on another date. But what do all of these share in common? Desire. What is not spoken is what gives this chapter depth and worth. Reiji adds comedy in these chapters to make them engaging for readers who, on first read, may not appreciate this. Give them rewards, yet also using that comedy for the story, to reflect the very idea of desire. The interesting part comes when Kazuya gets a call from his dad to get a driver's license. This is reality catching up to Kazuya's fantasy, the two meeting in the middle, yet reflecting the issue perfectly. He needs this for his future. It's a fact, not like the other goals. This being a real thing Kazuya needs is great, as through the license, Kazuya can have more autonomy, but also work towards the family business. The problem arises in how it appears. He forgot about it. Much like how he isn't talking to Chizuru now. It is the problem and the solution in one. In forgetting about the license and putting it off, he ultimately came full circle to Mommy. He would not be running into her if he took action sooner. If he took initiative. What did Nagomi tell Kazuya? You need to take initiative with job hunting or it's going to eat you alive. He didn't take initiative, and it brought him back to Mommy. And he wasn't ready. Just as Chizuru would not be going to Umi if he had talked to her instead of Minnie. These problems arise from our own choices. The license also reflects the idea of earning, but notice how it's natural in contrast to the unnatural buff Zuya in the earlier parts. He doesn't even need to imagine it. It's just simple and so normal it makes sense. And the next chapters proceeds to show Kazuya constantly imagining the amazing scenarios he could have with the driver's license. And he stops caring about getting buff and getting money and getting a job. None of that stuff seemingly matters. Just the license does. The license becomes the perfect tool for his imagination. He doesn't even need to imagine it. It's just nimble. It's just normal. It makes sense. These are things we can do that help our future and our relationships. When making change for our future, it should not be forced. It should make sense and come naturally. It should align with real responsibilities, not made up ones to satisfy our ego. Learn when to trust your gut, even if it's desire. If you feel it, trust that feeling. Don't fight it. This chapter has that clash very clearly portrayed. An unnatural direction for which we can reach our desires, contrasted by the dream that tells us what to do, versus a natural direction for our future that exists alongside our desires and does not need it to validate its existence. It doesn't need the desires to validate its existence. The clash of the natural and unnatural is key here. The dream is a natural progression of events Kazuya denies because he doesn't believe Chizuru would say, "I love you." Yet in reality it would make sense. The dream is a fantasy literally colliding with reality. It is both fake and real. This was all foreshadowed in chapter 386. The taxi driver that picks Kazuya up talks about something that does not align with events and visually shown to us, but that does not align with the events and the visuals that are shown to us. But his words appear to come closer to current events as we continue. It looks like Kazuya is cheating, He's working with Ruka in the bar. It looks like he's cheating on Chizuru. Oh no, what if Chizuru is cheating with Umi? It looks like it's getting closer. You're starting to get a little worried. And now Kazuya is getting his license and appears to be drifting away. But chapter 386 has the Japanese title read, "An innocent drive towards you." Much like how the visuals of the previous page represent innocence versus the adultery topic of the driver, Chizuru's grandpa was also a taxi driver, so Kazuya getting a car also aligns closer to his natural path. This is the other half of the natural and unnatural, innocence versus adultery. And if this chapter showcases innocence while being adult, next chapter will showcase adultery but actually be very innocent. What happens next chapter? Chizuru meets Umi, and guess what happens? It looks like, oh no, she's cheating. She's dressed weird. What the fuck is going on? She rejects him. It appears like adultery when it is innocence. It is her truth. It is Chizuru protecting her innocence and who she is and what she wants out of life. It is Chizuru protecting the kid on the inside. In contrast, Kazuya is the opposite. That has been a repeating theme. Kazuya is presented as innocence when it is adultery, or it is adult. It is a complicated adult topic. Chizuru is presented as adult when in reality it is innocent. It is kid-like. It is childish. And rather than our mistakes catching up to us, it is the right choices rewarding us. God, I was so fucking right. I was literally like, bro, what Chizuru is gonna do is gonna be the right choice, and that right choice is going to be rewarded. And what happens? She rejects Umi. Umi contacts Kazuya. Kazuya contacts Chizuru, and she is rewarded for her efforts. God damn, my predictions were godlike. I was predicting crazy shit, dude. Oh my God. Motherfuckers, listen to me. I was predicting shit. Goddamn. Yep. And then I read this earlier to you guys. This whole idea of like mommy presenting himself in a certain way. Goddamn, bro. And then guess what? Man, this description I wrote fits so well for chapter 402. The visuals and the angles are literally inverted too. Whereas in chapter 393, we peek behind the curtain of Kazuya's heart. In chapter 402, we are on the other side of the curtain, literally underwater in the abyss of impossible things. Where is Ruka positioned? In the darkness of Kazuya's room. Right in the back where the shadows are as she is slowly being illuminated. Whereas Kazuya's deepest, darkest desires hidden? All the way back in his heart. All the way back in the darkness. The stuff you bury on the inside. All coming full circle. Bruh. Bro, I was cooking. Yeah. I definitely got to talk a little bit more about this later, but yeah. It's your anniversary. Celebrate a special career. But what? Fuck you. I hate Elon. Fuck you. I'm not gonna do anything because I hate Elon. Just out of my sheer fucking hatred for Elon stupid Musk. I will not post a celebratory post on Twitter. You know? Reiji did though. Oh, wait. Just in case. I don't know what's going to pop into my feed, so I ain't risking it. Okay, so the other thing is that I mentioned that there was a connection to mommy and how things are going to be inverted with mommy. Another connection I want to point out that I also started talking about yesterday in my stream was this part where I started saying how Kazuya figured out his feelings for Chizuru after beating his meat. The dude masturbated. and figured out he loves Chizuru. And now he is starting to doubt his feelings because someone else touched his wee-wee. This is not a coincidence. This is absolutely not a coincidence. It is questioning Kazuya's love. It is making Kazuya question his own feelings. It is making him understand the difference between his desires and his love, and learning to accept his desires. Because he already knows there's a difference between the two. What Kazuya is misunderstanding right now is that because he's suppressed his desires, they're coming out. But that doesn't mean he loves Ruka. And he's essentially put himself in this illusion of there's this parallel between his desires and his love, when there isn't. And Kazuya keeps associate. So basically, the issue is that it's not that Kazuya doesn't have a clash between desire and love. It's not lust versus love. The reality is that Kazuya keeps associating love with lust. He keeps associating it with lust when they are separate things, but they are interconnected. And Kazuya, it's more so about Kazuya accepting his lust. So this coming back full circle to Kazuya's desires that he had at the very beginning of the series, Kazuya literally getting his black hair again, literally the hair he had before the series even started, literally him returning to his origins. He is coming back to who he used to be, the very beginning of who he is, to in turn realize he has lost who he is and must find himself. You know, I think that's where Kazuya literally is. I saw an interview about Reiji joking about the lack of progress and joking about buying an expensive t-shirt due to an ambiguous "don't get me wrong." Care to link that interview? Because I've seen, so I saw, oh my God, that reminded me, fuck. This person on Reddit posted about how Reiji was talking in an interview, and he said in the interview, Reiji was saying, "Oh, you know, I'm just doing this for the money, and it's all for the lack of progress." And I'm like, give me the part where he says that, and it's all in Japanese. I'm like, give me the part where he says that, and I take it to my friend who can read Japanese, and he translates it, and Reiji's literally talking about his fucking editor. He's not even talking about the fucking manga. He's talking about his fucking editor. He's talking about the people who fucking help him. I'm like, bruh, the fuck. So please, if you're gonna reference interviews, make sure you back up your source, because the only thing I've seen with a lack of progress in terms of the manga is Reiji literally acknowledging, like in an interview, yo, those idiots should be fucking dating. Literally, there's an interview around the 7th anniversary of the series where he was literally saying, like, they ask him, it's like, oh, why aren't Kazuya and Chizuru dating? And he's like, oh no, they should be dating. There's a reason they're not dating. They should be dating. They should be dating. And he literally says, it's like, bro, like, you think I don't want them to date? My magazine surveys and the rankings of my shit would go way up. Are you kidding? People would love it if they're dating. It would be awesome. And which is literally Reiji already telling us, like, way back then. He's like, oh no, yeah, no, I'm gonna draw them dating. You're gonna see the relationship, bruh. Because me drawing the relationship is me getting good survey points. Like, me getting, like, what I want. Because he's aware. Like, Reiji is very aware of, like, okay, on one hand, I am an artist, and I have to draw a story. And the story has to be interesting for you to engage with it. On the other, I gotta make money. So I gotta know how to engage the audience so that I make money. And that's just normal. It's like, literally, that's what it is. Like, people seem to want to disassociate money from creation, but the only way your story is gonna continue to even exist in a medium like manga and anime is if you somehow, like, cater to the audience to some degree and you're able to make money. And so what Reishi does that's brilliant is that he presents the manga in ways that feel familiar. And underneath it, he tells his story. Carefully and meticulously, he tells his story around that stuff. And he leverages your own understanding of the narrative. In particular, I love what he's doing with Minnie. He openly said in an interview for the Ruka event that Minnie represents the voice of the readers. She is the voice of the readers, even if the readers are wrong. And Minnie has actively been saying a whole bunch of bullshit in the recent chapters. And I love it because people are starting to see how fucking wrong this stupid kid is. They're starting to see how fucking wrong this stupid kid is and how she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. I'm like, yes! Oh, we're fucking reaching these fuckers. Minnie is literally, like I was explaining before, Minnie is literally the mentor / helper in the hero's journey / coming of age narrative. And there is a part where the mentor and helper has to be removed because in reality, while they have given the character somewhat of the tools to do what they need to do, they are actually getting in the way. Minnie is kind of a double-edged sword in that sense. Minnie gives Kazuya the impression she is giving him so Minnie is the illusion of the mentor figure. Minnie is the illusion of the mentor figure for a very simple reason. She calls Kazuya master for a reason. He's supposed to be the one who knows more than Minnie. He's the one who got to this point, not Minnie. Why the fuck is he listening to Minnie? She is not the mentor, he is. And so they swapped roles. And he starts listening to Minnie. And Minnie starts giving him this advice. And so Minnie is presented as the illusion of the mentor figure. In reality, every single advice Minnie gives him does not work. As if she's not actually the mentor. It's as if we are merely going through the illusion of the hero's journey. We're not actually. We're way past the hero's journey. That has already happened. What Kazuya needs to learn is that he didn't need to leave home. The hero's journey begins when you leave home and it ends when you return home. And the thing is, he left home. And now Kazuya's journey ends when he returns home. And he doesn't come back because he must go out into the world and adventure and learn his place in that world. And learn what he wants. Come back with a different, newfound perspective. And he thinks he found it, but he hasn't. Not yet. So we're getting there. We're getting to that stuff. Are you going to stream on chapter release day? Oh, I always stream on chapter release day. I wake up at 7 in the fucking morning to read these goddamn chapters, bro. It is brutal. It is fucking brutal. It is rough. I get used to it. I've been getting used to it. It is rough, but I am getting used to it. So yeah, no, I will stream on chapter day. I stream on every chapter day. It is on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Every time. And I do schedule it like the day before, so you will see it. Yeah, I schedule it on YouTube. So consider checking out the YouTube. I can link it. I don't know if you have access to it. Consider checking out the YouTube because I schedule it on YouTube. Consider also following the Twitter because I also link it on the Twitter. But yeah. Let's see. I keep imagining if Chizuru had kissed Umi, then given how emotionally innocent she is, she'd know all about it every night through the walls, wouldn't it? You do realize that there's a reason she doesn't kiss Umi. Because the kiss matters to her and she wants to cherish it. The kiss matters to her and she wishes to cherish it. So she's not gonna fucking kiss Umi. She doesn't just kiss anybody. That was the whole point. Minnie even says this to Kazuya when Minnie didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Even then, she was correct. Chizuru doesn't just kiss anybody willy fucking nilly. And the reason the emotion, the kiss means so much to Chizuru is because she deeply loves Kazuya and she feels physical desire for him. I bet you if she kissed someone else, it wouldn't be the same. I genuinely bet you if Chizuru kissed someone else, it would not be the same. She would feel something different. She would not feel the same desire that she feels for Kazuya. And that in itself might actually end up being an indicator for her. That she kissed someone else and she's like, oh, I don't feel the same way. That's weird. Holy shit, I love him. It would kind of be that. Holy shit, I love him. Because she'd be like, if I kiss this other person, I don't feel the same desire. Holy crap, this desire is love. Oh my god, what I'm feeling is love. Oh shit, I'm so stupid. Because that's literally Chizuru's issue. Chizuru does not understand love. Chizuru knows who she is. Kazuya understands love. He doesn't know who he is. And because he doesn't know who he is mischaracterizing his love. Do you see the problem? Chizuru doesn't see her love because she doesn't know what love is. She understands the importance of love. She's been taught the importance of it. She knows how important it is. She knows how hard it is to find. But she was conditioned that she couldn't fall in love. In some ways, as a byproduct of how other people talk to her, and have her guilt, you know. But she can fall in love, and she already did. But she doesn't understand this love because she doesn't know what it is. So she doesn't recognize her own feelings are love. Kazuya, in contrast, knows what he feels for Chizuru is love, but he's starting to mischaracterize his emotions because he doesn't know who he is. And he's not honest about who he is. So these emotions are getting mixed up. And he's starting to mischaracterize his own feelings and his lust and start getting confused about what he's experiencing. And that's the problem. It was an interview with an Italian person or something. I think I remember this. About like what, the lack of progress? The lack of progress thing we were talking about before. I've seen that interview with the Italian person, and what he was saying in that interview was that Reiji was saying that the characters don't move as I intend. But he expands on this idea. People love to joke about that. It's like Reiji said, the characters move on their own. They're like, you're writing the characters. What do you mean the character moves on its own? The stupid fucking retort. And he expands on this by saying the characters have a life of their own, and if I stray from who they are, I betray their characters. I'm being honest to their characters while slowly nudging them into the direction I wish for them to go. I challenge them, and I slowly weave the narrative into the direction I wish it for it to go. And when you hear the rest of what he's saying, you're like, oh, he's not just using the characters as an excuse. Clearly not. Of course he's fucking not, you stupid dipshits. He's actually trying to stay as consistent as possible to who the characters are while challenging them to go into the direction they must go in, which is exactly what he does. If you pay attention to the narrative, that is literally exactly what he does. But of course, naturally, when Reiji said this, everybody took this in bad faith and assumed the worst thing fucking possible because everybody on the internet is dipshits. I think Chizuru had a crush on Kazuya after meeting him first. Oh yeah, no, she liked him from the start. Oh yeah, no, she liked him from the start. Yeah. No, literally, she literally liked him from the start. She already had a mini crush on him from like the start of the series. Yeah, for sure, totally. Chizuru never even regretted meeting him. In the first, literally after the bullshit he pulls on their second date, she literally tells him, "Bruh, if you ever feel like shit again, call me. We'll meet up. Call me again. I'm down." In the anime, they added an extra line where she says, I never want to date like this again. She never says this. That is an extra line. Chizuru never says this. She never says this line. In the original, that's not there. It's not in the volumes. It's not any of her versions. I don't know if it's Reiji adding that line in retrospect. At the beginning, they were strangers. You can have a crush on a stranger. I'm not saying she loved him. Whoa. I'm not saying she loved him. I'm saying she had a crush on him. There's a difference. Chizuru did like Kazuya at the start of the series. In fact, one of the memories she has in Hawaiians is the start of the series. One particular scene that always sticks to Chizuru. One scene that matters to her a great fucking deal. And I'll show it to you. And that proves it without a shadow of a doubt. She had a crush on him as early as back then. Chizuru has flashbacks of Kazuya while swimming through the pool. She remembers the very beginning. She remembers Kazuya helping her with the movie. She remembers all these other points. But what is the last thing she remembers? Chapter 1. After all, a sense of accomplishment is the one thing you can't rent. He was essentially telling her you can't rent something real. Chapter 1. And look at her. Look at her. She loves that shit. She loves that shit. That cringe shit that she slapped him over in chapter 1, she loves that shit in secret. The cringe shit she slapped him over in chapter 1 in secret, she fucking loves it. Chizuru at the start of the series had a bit of a tsundere streak. She did. But Chizuru is ultimately a deconstruction of a tsundere. And this is her like literally starting to be honest with that version of herself. You know, she even realizes her grandma's fucking laughing at her. She's like, you're clearly in love, dipshit. You're clearly in love, dipshit. No, she had a crush on him from chapter 1. She liked him from chapter 1. She fell in love with him over time. She clearly fell in love with him over time, and they both started catching feelings in around the similar time span. Around the similar time span, they actually started catching feelings for each other. Basically, it was like you could see it like when they're starting to separate from each other, and they kind of start hating it. Like in the pool, or not in the pool, in the beach when they separate, Chizuru didn't want to separate. Chizuru enjoyed his company. She still wanted to hang out with him, and she's like, I guess it's over now. And then they hung out more, and then, you know, she had to resuscitate and save him. And you kind of saw little hints of Chizuru in some ways doesn't value herself and hates herself. See, Chizuru also has some self-loathing, and you see that in the scene where he rescues her, where she's like, why did you just save me? I'm a rental girlfriend. Why did you do that? And it's like, what do you fucking mean? You're a human-ass being. The fuck are you talking about? And you literally see like some darkness in Chizuru where there are times where she fucking hates herself. Chizuru also has a similar sense of self-loathing as Kazuya. Reiji has openly said Kazuya and Chizuru are literally the same character in different circumstances. They are literally the same character in different circumstances. That's why they're so close to each other. Their circumstances are literally just reversed, but they're essentially the same person, or at the very least, very similar characters. Does Chizuru count as a tsundere? So Chizuru is both a tsundere and a deconstruction of a tsundere. I would say she leans more towards a deconstruction of a tsundere rather than just a normal tsundere, right? Chizuru is much more of a deconstruction of a tsundere because she has tsundere elements, but she's not solely a tsundere. In fact, Chizuru has a lot more traits akin to a kudere, where a kudere is emotionless. And there are a lot of times where Chizuru just has a blank expression. There are a lot of times where Chizuru is more like a dandere, where she's really, really emotional. She's very cute. It's adorable as shit. And Chizuru gets very emotional. And you started realizing one of the reasons Chizuru has these like traits of a tsundere, like these traits of a tsundere, is because she doesn't really have many people she can open up around. And the reason she has these traits is because she is in a world where she constantly has to wear a mask. And the mask is in part a window into who she is, because you see a part of the real Chizuru through rental. And at the same time, it is a wall. It is a thing that keeps you out, you know? And that's Chizuru's struggle, is that she wants to take down the mask. She doesn't want it on. She's not a tsundere by choice in many ways. Because whenever Kazuya talks to her, she takes it down. But there are times where she gets scared and she falls back into habits. The tsundere is almost like a habit at times for Chizuru, rather than actually the real her. Chizuru, that's why I say Chizuru isn't a tsundere. The tsundere part of Chizuru is her bad habits. She falls into this trap. She gives in to this trap of the tsundere. However, one of the things the characters actively call her is what? What do they literally call her? The Iron Lady. That's pretty antithetical to a tsundere. A tsundere is not an Iron Lady. However, it's more akin to a traditional tsundere. So the modern day tsundere is like this stupid trope where it's, you know, it's hot and hot. That's kind of what it is. It's just hot and hot. It's like, oh, she's either fiery and mad at you, or she's steamy and hot with you. Like very, very cute and adorable and shit. In reality, what a tsundere is it comes from the term tsun dere dere, which is the original meaning of tsundere. Tsundere literally means hot and cold. She's supposed to be cold at first and then hot afterwards, as in she thaws out. She's not scary anymore. So in that sense, Chizuru is more akin to the original term of a tsundere, where she is literally she appears cold at certain points, literally being called the Iron Lady, and then in other points she's kind of more hot, more emotional, more lets you in. But the thing is, the Iron Lady is just almost a part of who Chizuru is. It's almost like if removing that is almost like denying it, you know? And so Reishi is in many ways deconstructing tropes with every single character. Ruka is the deconstruction of the trope of the secondary female character. She literally has all of the things the secondary female character has. She is a character who's very outspoken, making her slightly more liked than the main character at certain times. She has all the blue colors. She's feisty. She's a tomboy. A lot of people love the shit out of Ruka because she's this super exciting character. And yet, what is the basis for Ruka's character? Ruka's character is built around the idea of having something she believes she lacks. Her character song in the anime is literally called "She is the Me I Want to Be." The second place character literally wants to be first place. And almost out of a desperate desire to be so. Almost like they don't need to be second place. She wrote herself into second place. She's always been in second place. And clearly she's not content with it. Clearly she's not happy with it. Mami is the character who is the deconstruction of the antagonist / the ex-girlfriend. You know, you think she's this horrible, bad person. In reality, she's this very flawed person who uses her trauma as an excuse. Mami uses her trauma as an excuse to validate her horrendous actions and how she acts and what she does. And in reality, she treats love like an addiction. She treats love like this addiction she's really good at inflicting. But in part, she's also addicted to love. She's also addicted to the idea of it because she desires a sense of freedom and she tries to get that through love as a form of rebellion. Mami is a character who is many ways, she is ironically closer to a tsundere. Mami is ironically closer to a tsundere because she, at least modern day tsunderes, because she is more in denial than any other character. She is also representative of the haters. In my opinion, that's my opinion. I don't think that's necessarily like, I don't know if that's absolutely true, but Mami's language and what Mami does and how Mami judges Chizuru is absolutely representative of the haters, because Mami literally tells Chizuru, I don't judge you for your job. I'm not judging you for the kind of work that you do. Proceeds to literally judge her for her job and the kind of work that she does. And when she tries to label Chizuru as a bad person, she calls her a gold digger. She calls her a gold digger. She calls her a whore. Like, literally, her hatred towards Chizuru stems from her insecurity and her envy of Chizuru. Just like how most people who hate sex workers, their hatred towards them stems from their envy. It stems from envy. It stems from these rigid social constructs that they've conditioned themselves with. And they just want to be angry because Chizuru's job in many ways, rental in many ways, represents sex work. It absolutely does. A lot of Chizuru's conflict throughout the story is fundamentally centered around sex work and how sex work is perceived. Nagomi's entire conflict in the story is literally she judged Chizuru's job because it sounds like sex work. She even admits it. She's like, I prematurely judged your job based on my own perceptions, my own short-sighted perceptions. I didn't even know what it was. And now having experienced it, I feel like a fucking idiot. Literally, Chizuru's job is meant to represent sex work. She even mentions sex work when talking about cheating. Chizuru knows her job is very much akin to sex work. She understands how sex workers feel for the exact same reason that her job is treated with the same exact stigma as sex workers are. Like, she fucking knows. She's not stupid. There are times in the manga where when she's on a date with Kazuya, when they go on their high school date, she literally says, well, it's a good thing you're dressed in the same way that I am. Now people won't think I have a sugar daddy. They won't think I'm doing compensated dating. Compensated dating in Japanese is literally like a literally you have sex with someone in exchange for money, and it's something that tends to happen a lot with high schoolers. It is something that unfortunately tends to happen a lot with high schoolers in Japan, and Chizuru is like keenly aware of it and makes this like morbid joke where she clearly fucking knows. She just makes this like morbid joke and is clearly aware of how people perceive her job. Like, Chizuru is not fucking stupid. She is not fucking stupid. She understands. She's clearly aware of the reality around her. Anyways, a lot of people seem to forget that love doesn't equate to a good relationship. Kazuya x Chizuru are the exception. Well, no. That's not necessary. That's a flawed foundation. I disagree with that. That's a flawed foundation. If you have a genuinely strong bond, because love is about a bond and a shared relationship, what you're misequating is that you can love someone but not connect with them. You're basically misequating caring about a person. But love transcends that. At least the love this series is talking about is this shared experience. They have shared their bond has shared and connected on so many levels that they're not an exception. The idea is that Kazuya and Chizuru are not an exception. They are the embodiment of what real love should be like. That's what Kazuya and Chizuru are. They are the embodiment of what real love should be like, where it's not some magical thing, it's not some magical exception. In reality, they have shared and struggled with each other through so much that their bond perseveres even though they're struggling to communicate. In so doing, they have a good relationship. They have a good relationship. That is literally the point. They have a good relationship. And their love is a byproduct of that relationship. It is both. They are like two sides of the same coin. I don't like how that's phrased. I don't think that's true. I think that's a generalization a lot of people say. Really, I wish we could see more of Kazuya being incredibly lame and corny and Chizuru taking critical hits. I think once Kazuya finds himself again, she's gonna start taking more critical hits. That's for sure. Because it was happening it was happening when they were living together. There were times where he's kind of trying to he was being a little corny, and she's like, "Holy shit, I feel destroyed." You know? Do you think Chizuru's personality is similar to Mai Sakuragawa? Nope, not even a little bit. Nope, not even a little bit. They are not similar. There's similarities, and like Mai is like this very studious person. Chizuru is somewhat studious, but no, they're not the same. I think Mai is far too restrained. Chizuru's more kiddish. Chizuru deep down is more of a kid. Mai to me is kind of like an interesting person who has that kiddish side, but on the outside, she's just this like mature, perfect person. And I really don't like that. I don't like how Mai's written. Personally, I don't like how Mai's written because Mai starts really interesting and then kind of becomes somewhat boring later, where she's just kind of this cute tsundere girl who's kind of perfect and great and just, perfect waifu. And I'm just like, ugh, I'm just not a fan. I don't know. Mai's character is like falls into this trap of like what tends to happen with storytelling, where you have their character arc, and then now the character somewhat becomes reactionary to the world around them, but outside of that reaction, they're pretty fucking passive. And Mai feels quite passive a lot of the times in the story. She's just kind of there. I don't know. I just don't really relate a whole lot to Mai's character. She gets jealous. She just there's like surface level similarities between her and Chizuru, but to me they don't really feel the same. I ironically feel Chizuru is infinitely more mature than her, like a lot more mature than her.
Chizuru is a Japanese sour patch kid. She's sour, then she's sweet. I guess that's what a Cinder. Well, no. Sour Patch Kids are modern day Tsunderes. I disagree. I actually disagree. Sour Patch are modern day Tsunderes. They're sour, then they're sweet. Chizuru is not sour, then she's sweet. She was always sweet. Chizuru was always fucking sweet. She didn't magically become a different person. She was always sweet. It's just now she's smitten hard. That's the only difference. But the part of her, the Sun part, is still there. It doesn't go the fuck away. You know, the cold ice part, it's a part of her. It doesn't just magically go the fuck away. Ruka is the childhood friend. No. That's Kibe. That's Kibe. No, Ruka is not the childhood friend. Ironic thing about Mommy, she does all that heinous shit and she walks away free just like the real world. That is the thing about Mommy's character that is brilliant. Yeah, Mommy got away with it. Absolutely. She's a cute, pretty anime girl. She absolutely fucking got away with it. Her life sucks. She got absolutely no fucking resolution. She got away with it and her life fucking sucks. Mommy is not happy. She has fucking nothing. And the one person she wants to connect to, she can't connect to Kazuya without being honest about what she did. Literally, the whole point of Mommy's character, it comes back around to haunt her. It's literally like fucking trauma. Or not trauma, it's literally like karma. It's literally like fucking karma. That shit comes back around to haunt Mommy. She doesn't just get she got to walk away scot-free. Nothing fucking happened to her. No one blames her. And she's more alone than ever. She doesn't talk to Nagomi anymore. She doesn't talk to Kibe. She doesn't talk to Kazuya. She just goes home and sits alone in her room. Mommy has a really sad and kind of pathetic life. She has literally nothing going on. She doesn't talk to anybody. She's alone. Like, literally, her life fucking sucks. She literally has nothing going on. All because she refuses to address this. Or she's terrified of addressing this. And that's why Mommy doesn't escape her circumstances. Because if Mommy can face the horrible shit she did, honestly and wholeheartedly, she can come out on the other side a lot stronger and even get out of her family situation on her own. Or she could at the very least reach out to friends to help her get out of that situation. You know? But Mommy is not confronting this stuff, and it's karma fucking kicking her in the face. You know, she's in love with Kazuya now. She's being honest to herself about being in love with Kazuya, and she doesn't get anything. You know, she can't get the relationship she wants with him because she's not being honest and talking to him about what she did. She knows she can't have him. She knows she can't really be with Kazuya. Because she fucked up. She did that horrible stuff, and when she tells him, he's not going to like that. But that's why she doesn't tell him. That's why she doesn't tell him, but it's constantly there. Kazuya's going to have to find out eventually, and Mommy's going to have to come clean about it eventually. And she's going to have to face it. She can't keep running. Just as she can't keep running from her family circumstances, she's going to have to face it. She hates it. She's not stupid. That's the brilliance of Mommy's character. She's not fucking stupid. She fucking hates her circumstances. She hates what she did with Kazuya. She knows she did something terrible with Kazuya. That's why she doesn't want to address it. She knows what she did. And she has to. That's what it means to be a fucking adult. You gotta confront what you did. The longer you wait, the worse it's gonna get. Hey, isn't that interesting? Huh. Isn't that interesting? When Kazuya runs into Mommy and interacts with her, they are like a pair. They are perfect mirrors of each other. Why? Kazuya waited way too long to deal with Ruka, and it came back to bite him in the ass. Mommy waited way too long to deal with Kazuya, to tell him the truth. She keeps running into him, and she's not telling him the truth. And that shit is gonna come back to bite her in the ass.
And it's gonna suck. It is going to suck when mommy has to come to face with what she did that she didn't confront and deal with. She could have told him sooner and the damage might have been less. But she let it get drawn out. That's now I understand the point of this chapter and the next chapter. Now I get it. Kazuya and mommy are mirrors of each other. They're literally a mirror of one another. That's the point. They're literally two characters doing the same exact thing. They both deeply desire change. They almost have the change and then they back off because they're scared of change. They don't actually want it. They're scared of what that change might mean. That was the point of this whole sequence. Both Mami and Kazuya are scared of what their change might truly mean. They are parallels of each other. Just as Kazuya is not dealing with Mami and Ruka, so too is Mini or Mami not dealing with Kazuya and Chizuru, not facing what she did. Just as Kazuya is not facing what he did with Ruka. He didn't take the initiative. He didn't deal with it sooner. And it escalated exactly like it's going to escalate for Mami. Minnie also lives a fucking... Minnie's life also fucking sucks, but for a different reason. She drowns in fantasy because the real world sucks. She's a coward. Kind of. Mommy... So I kind of somewhat disagree with this. I kind of somewhat disagree with that Minnie's life also sucks. Minnie's life does not suck. Actually, Minnie's life is pretty good. But she uses her lack of love in life as an excuse. See an extreme them. Take care. Minnie uses her lack of love as an excuse. What do I mean by this? Minnie doesn't just live in fantasy. She's actually fucking putting the work. You see her put in the fucking work to cosplay. She actually likes cosplaying. Minnie actually puts in the fucking work. She's not just living in fantasy. However, Minnie is a YouTuber and Minnie is a cosplayer. She's really good at selling and believing a fantasy. What is the fantasy Minnie believes? Minnie believes the fantasy of love. She fell into the trap of love. Minnie is a coward in the sense that she's too afraid to go and get her own love. That's how Minnie is a coward. Not in that she lives in fantasy life. Oh no, she absolutely lives a life. Minnie tells Kazuya the only reason she keeps up with cosplay is because of her friends. This is bullshit. You want to know how it's bullshit? If you go back to the cosplay arc, her friends dip on her. Her friends dip. They literally ditch her. And she has to get Kazuya, and she drags Kazuya and Chizuru into it. She did that all herself. What Minnie doesn't realize is that she can do a lot more than she realizes on her own. But she gives herself the excuse that she can't because she's not built for it. When she is. She's strong. She's not weak. Minnie can do a lot on her own. She is not weak. But she conditions herself that she is. She tells herself she's weak. This is what she does to Kazuya. She conditions him as she has conditioned herself. She makes him fear love as she herself fears love. She makes him put up these walls and work around these masks because she too is afraid of love. But Minnie puts in the fucking work. Nah, dude, a girl puts in the fucking work. You can have two things coexisting. That's the brilliance of that's the sign of good fucking writing. When two things can coexist. When someone can be a bad person and a good person. When someone can do a bad thing and be a good person. When someone can do a good thing and still be a bad person. When bad and good are not simple things, where the morality is grayed, where characters are not simply a piece of shit or a coward or whatever, they are layered. And that is Minnie. Minnie is layered. Kazuya is layered. Chizuru is layered. Kazuya makes mistakes. Kazuya feels sexual desire. He can fuck up sometimes. He's also a great dude. Despite all of his flaws, Kazuya is a great dude. He's an absolute fucking Chad. But he needs to be honest with himself about this. Because you can be a Chad without being some perfect human being. That's the thing I absolutely despise, is this idea that you have to be this perfect fucking human being to be a Chad. When every single human being makes a fucking mistake, you know? And Kazuya makes mistakes like everyone else. She can tell Kazuya, but she needs you to do it before Chizuru tells him. Oh, you mean mommy. As someone who struggles to communicate, I sometimes get jealous of other people. Mommy's very similar, but you shouldn't want to be her. Try to develop the traits of the skills you want. Well, you can like mommy. I mean, you don't have to necessarily hate her. But mommy does love Kazuya. Like there's parts of mommy that I genuinely like, and I'm like, I wish I kind of had that. And for me, like one trait of mommy that I'm excited to see her accept is that she's kind of an asshole. Mommy being kind of an asshole, that's some of her strengths, dude. Like, this girl got fucking control, dude. Like, imagine a good asshole. Like, a weaponized asshole. An asshole that's actually, like, good at it. And they're doing it for the right reasons. Oh, I want mommy to fucking cook because she can. Girl can cook assholes, dude. Girl can cook these jerks. Mommy is a goddamn cook, dude. Like, she is good at fucking roasting people. And I feel like if mommy accepts this side of herself, she's gonna be a beast. She's gonna be a beast, dude. Like, she's gonna be a monster. I cannot wait to see mommy like accept that she's kind of an asshole. Accept the shitty part of herself. That shit's gonna be hype as fuck. Because mommy will fucking cook people, dude. Like, that girl, Miho, that girl from Chizuru's play who wanted to give her shit, mommy would roast her alive. She has nothing on mommy. Mommy would roast her alive. That girl's a fucking coward. That girl's a fucking coward. Mommy would roast her alive, dude. Anyways, does Minnie have her own personality? How much do we really know about her? Minnie does have her own personality, absolutely, but that personality is blended with fiction. There is a fiction to Minnie's character, and that is a fiction of her own making. What is your favorite character in the manga, Kazuya? Kazuya is my favorite character in this manga. Chizuru is also, like, it's Kazuya and Chizuru. They're literally both number one. It's literally Kazuya and Chizuru. They're literally both number one. If I had to pick a number two, it might be mommy. It might be mommy. I think mommy's my number two. Then Minnie. And then, actually, no, Minnie and Ruka are tied. Minnie and Ruka are tied. Shit. Before it was Minnie, then Ruka. Now Minnie and Ruka are tied because I'm starting to like Ruka a lot more as a character. I'm starting to get what Reiji's doing with her, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm starting to like Ruka a lot more as a character. Shit. So Minnie and Ruka are tied. And then Sumi at the very bottom. Sorry, Sumi fans. I think she's just okay. Sumi is like the closest thing to a morally pure character. And for that exact reason, I sometimes find Sumi kind of boring. I want to delve more into Sumi. There is a darkness underneath Sumi, and I want Reiji to explore that shit. Either Chizuru will tell him, or mommy will have to tell him what happened in Hawaiians. A huge part of it is that Kazuya has to want to know. That is a massive leveraging point of Kazuya. He has to ask. He has to want to know. And I think there's a possibility he's going to find out in some way, shape, or form without mommy telling him. I don't think mommy's going to tell him. He's going to find out without mommy telling him, and he might confront her. He might talk to her. He'll want to know what the fuck is going on, and mommy's going to panic. Basically, Kazuya's going to experience his journey, and then afterwards, I think he's going to deal with mommy. It could connect. It could connect, but to me, Kazuya and mommy are meant to parallel each other. They are both characters trapped in their own worlds. They are literally characters doing the same exact fucking thing. They're trapped in their own worlds. Kazuya changing could very well result in mommy changing. So Kazuya needs to escape outside of mommy and in turn confront mommy. And I think Kazuya is gonna somehow find out without mommy telling him. And then he's gonna confront mommy or something, and then it's literally gonna spiral out of mommy's control, and she's gonna be confronted with what she needs to do, and she's gonna have to have her own hero's journey where she must leave home. Mommy's journey is that she needs to leave home. She needs to leave the safety of her home. Her home is trapping her. She is trapped in her home. She needs to escape. She needs to get out and adventure. She needs to face the big scary world and confront it, because girl can fucking handle it. She's got to learn to have a fucking job. She's got to learn to take autonomy over her life. Mommy going to a driving school gives you the impression that mommy's taking control over her life. She's not. She's not. It's an illusion. Mommy is still trapped. You don't know why she's going to driving school, and I doubt her dad would just let her do something like this that would give her autonomy over herself. In reality, mommy is still trapped. Maybe like Kazuya, she's trying to escape. But maybe just like Kazuya, her dad made her do it. Who's the one who got Kazuya to go get his driver's license? His dad. And suddenly, Kazuya runs into mommy. Almost like thematically, her dad is making her get her driver's license. How interesting. I have a deep admiration for Kazuya. You know how fucking hard it is to stay true to yourself in a society that constantly has conditioned you to pretend to put up a facade and do it genuine 100%. I'm sorry to tell you, Kazuya has absolutely lost his identity. He has lost who he is, and he is wearing a mask, dude. Current Kazuya is not the real Kazuya. This is not Kazuya at the start of the series. I'm sorry to tell you. This is not Kazuya at the start of the series. You want to see when you see real Kazuya? You want me to show you when you see real Kazuya? You do see him. You do see him recently. There is a point where you see real Kazuya recently. But current Kazuya is not the real Kazuya. You are absolutely being fed a facade. This Kazuya is a lie. This is not the real him. He is lying. This isn't the real him. He's lying. I'm sorry. This isn't the Kazuya that you love. He's still there. He's still there underneath it all. And do you want to know when you see him? Do you want to know when you see the real Kazuya? Right here. This is the real him. This is when all of the masks drop. When there's nothing. When Kazuya tells you, I feel empty. I feel like there's nothing there. When everything else disappears, the real him appears. This is the real Kazuya. This is the most real Kazuya has been in the past, 20 chapters. Kazuya after this point is I guess another point we see him is we see him a bit in 384 and 385, but here's another point where we see him. This is again the real Kazuya. We're again seeing him here. The real Kazuya is appearing in conflict. The real Kazuya is appearing in conflict. But the current Kazuya isn't the real him. And I can say this for a fact because when he changes his hair and he goes home and he looks in the mirror, he asks a simple question. Who are you? Have you ever looked in a mirror and asked, who are you? What do you think of Amelia from ReZero? She's aight. I like ReZero, but at the same time, I'm not crazy about it. I think Amelia's aight. She's okay. Yeah, I think Subaru is more interesting than Amelia. I think Amelia's okay. I kind of liked some of her arc in the recent season. You know, the one where they're beating the shit out of what is it? What sin did they beat the shit out of? What sin did she punch to death? I forgot the name of that sin. ReZero is good, but not for the romance. I thought the romance was aight.
for ReZero. It's just okay. I do think it's like decent. I think there is a charm to the romance in ReZero, you know, at least so far from the anime. There's a charm to it for sure. But Greed. Oh yeah, they beat Greed. She beat the shit out of Greed. No, it was Greed. He was Regulus. Little fucking bitch. Got nothing on Full Metal Alchemist Greed. That Greed is so much better. Granted, Regulus is like the more actual embodiment of Greed, whereas Greed in Full Metal Alchemist is not. He doesn't actually embody greed, which is kind of funny. And you beefed me for blaming Chizuru for Kazuya's current condition. She put him through hell, and he kept delivering how he can't get anymore. No, he did that to himself. This isn't Chizuru's fault. I refuse to blame Chizuru for this. She has absolutely atoned for her fuck-ups. I refuse to blame Chizuru for this. Kazuya's the one fucking up. He's the one who fucked up the entire date. It is literally his entire fucking fault. He fucked up the entire goddamn date. It is totally him. He chose to put the mask on. Chizuru was actively trying to make him comfortable. She actively involves him. Whenever he drifts off into his own head, Chizuru brings him back. She's like, I'm here. It's okay. Come on, let's hang out. I'm over here. I'm here with you. She constantly makes him feel comfortable. She lets him live in her home for free. She literally almost begs him to fucking stay because the dude is trying to run away. Reread the chapters carefully. Seriously, reread the chapters carefully. She's literally trying to make him feel comfortable and he's running the fuck away. He's getting all scared over fucking nothing. She's not doing anything to him. And she's more than atoned. She's put in 110% effort to fucking atone. And she is doing a goddamn amazing job. And if you genuinely blame her, you want to blame her. You're not actually reading this character. You want to blame her. I genuinely believe this. You want to be mad at Chizuru. You just want to be angry at her. She's made a mistake right here in this instance, you know. She made a mistake in not talking to him. But in reality, Kazi is the one who created that mistake. Because he's the one who chose not to talk to her. He's the one who sent Minnie. Why did Minnie do what she did? Minnie did what she did because Kazuya didn't text her. He's the one who kept insisting on wanting a relationship with Chizuru. Chizuru's like, okay, let's do it. She kisses him. And it's clearly an innocent, uncomfortable kiss for her. Kazuya is like thinking all over his head about this crazy shit and not fucking talking to her. Dude, it's literally Kazuya. He's not fucking talking to her. It's literally him. 3-month time skip, both their fault. 3-month time skip, both their fault. I say this wholeheartedly. It is both their fault. Kazuya could have changed it. He chose not to. It is Chizuru's fault for not responding to him. It is Kazuya's fault it lasted 3 months, period. The only reason it lasted 3 months is because of Kazuya. Why? Minnie ends it in a day. Minnie needed a few fucking hours and she ended it. In a fucking day. Chizuru, after that point, absolutely puts the goddamn effort to atone. She goes out of her fucking way. She didn't put him through hell. Stop saying that shit. She did not put him through hell. Now, when she was going through her grief in Hawaiians, yeah, she did hurt him. And he hurt her. They both hurt each other. It's not one or the other. Stop pretending it is a one-sided one person's fault. In Hawaiians, they both hurt each other. They did it to each other. Kazuya cornered her when she was scared and fucking alone by constantly trying to fucking confess to her while she is dealing with mommy. He could have just fucking talked to her. Instead, he kept trying to confess. He's over here, honey. He kept trying to fucking confess to her the whole goddamn time. Dude, just fucking talk to her. In contrast, Chizuru kept running away. That is in part Kazuya's fault. He kept scaring her. He literally kept fucking scaring Chizuru. She hurt him. She didn't mean to. She was trying to help him. But he kept fucking scaring her. Chizuru is carrying the shit out of Hawaiians on her back. She is carrying a massive fucking load on her back solo.
Also, he doesn't get hurt. And she doesn't realize she's hurting him, but he doesn't realize he's pushing her to do this. He's pushing her to do the one thing he doesn't want her to do, which is to do it alone. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I read the manga like 3 times because I like it, but I've never seen one single time Chizuru being honest with Kazi. What do you fucking mean? You just told me you read the manga 3 fucking times and you've never seen Chizuru be honest with Kazuya. The fuck you mean? I could think of one right off the top of my head. Fuck you. Here, I'll pull one up from Hawaiians. I think of one right off the top of my head. I even remember the chapter. It is one of the most sad and honest fucking scenes I've ever seen with Chizuru. It is so fucking sad. It is like a genuine sadness from Chizuru that broke my fucking heart. They're driving in a taxi towards Hawaiians. Chizuru asks Kazuya, so do you do this a lot? It's a biannual tradition, right? Hawaiians. Sounds fun. Oh yeah. Well, for a long time, she's been kind of pushy about it. Us coming every other year is more of a recent thing. I remember back when I was little, every time I had a vacation, I'd be like, let's go. Chizuru, openly, I'm kind of jealous. I never got to do that sort of thing. I went on, I guess you could call it a road trip with Grandpa, but it was just kind of chaotic. Going on a trip surrounded by your parents and your grandma, it seems so lovely. My fucking heart. She openly, honestly tells him she's jealous because she never got to share this kind of experience with her family. Fuck you. Not honest with him a single fucking time? Fuck you. That shit made me fucking cry the first time I read it. How about this other time? Kazuya out here fucking saying sorry over and over and over. And Chizuru's like, hey, it's not all that bad. Mami-chan's not pressing us as much as I thought. Ruka-chan's playing along with it. And Curry, he's being pretty mature. It feels kind of weird to me too. Taking my swimsuit for a dip in the pool. Playing volleyball with the others. Eating some great food. Going on the baths. It's like it's kind of refreshing, honestly. I've been working myself so hard all this time. I've pretty much never gotten the chance to let my hair down. You said I'm perfect just the way I am, so I don't have to watch how I act all the time either. Thank you so much for inviting me. This is her honest fucking feelings. She's not lying. Thank you for bringing me. He was literally telling her, he was beating himself up. He was saying, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. I'm sorry I made you feel like fucking crap for coming here. And she's like, fuck you, man. I'm having a great time. What are you talking about? I'm having a good time, dude. This means a lot to me. Thank you for inviting me. This means the fucking world to me. Look at this dude. He's so fucking happy she said that. What do you mean she's never fucking honest with him? What do you mean she's not fucking honest with him? You want me to go through the fucking cohabitation? All right. Let's go to the fucking cohabitation. I'm not fucking honest with him. Chizuru tells Kazuya when they're on their date after the whole Umi thing. She's like, "Hey, you should stick to your promises. If you're gonna promise your grandma, or your mom, you're gonna go do this thing. You should do it." And Kazuya's like, "Oh shit, the date's over." She's like, "Hey, can I come with you? I kind of want to go with you." I meant honest about the real deep stuff, not the small circumstances. Those take no effort, to be honest. In the taxi, she opens up about a deep trauma she had. About never having shared real connections with anyone else, like Kazuya has. Chizuru, who doesn't talk about being jealous over this stuff. Chizuru, who bottles this shit in and goes through it alone, opens up about this stuff. Chizuru, who up until that point doesn't say this kind of shit. who doesn't open up like this, who doesn't let people in like this, is like fucking letting him in. What do you mean this takes no fucking effort? This is real deep stuff. What the fuck are you on about? What do you mean? This is deep stuff. Oh, not deep stuff. She doesn't talk about real deep stuff. Okay. You don't want her to talk about anything real deep stuff? Okay. Fucking making shit up over here. Kazuya asks her, if anything ever happens, you can talk to me about it. You can always talk to me about it. He tells her, tell me about your parents. Okay, my parents are gone. My parents, they aren't around anymore. I don't have parents. I say my family, but it's really just me and my grandma. So before grandma passes away, I want her to see me on the big screen. That's my dream. She tells him her fucking dream. And she asks him, is that cringy? She's scared shitless. She just asked him, do you think what I want is cringe? Do you think what I want is stupid? This must be stupid, right? I'm pretty fucking stupid for wanting this, right? She opened up to him. She fucking let him in. Sorry about a lot of things today. Good night. Kazuya in turn opens up to her. What do you mean she doesn't open up to him? She absolutely does. That's why their relationship perseveres. That's why it perseveres. They tell each other shit. They open up to each other about shit. They tell each other, okay, Chizuru isn't honest with Kazuya. Okay. She tells him she's an actress. She had kept this a secret this whole time. She didn't fucking tell him. She kept this a secret the whole time. She was scared about this. Look at how fucking stressed she is about this. She's pulling her fucking hair. Look at her. She's so fucking stressed about this. Chizuru doesn't put an effort to be honest. Chizuru doesn't put an effort to be fucking honest. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Isn't fucking honest, my ass. Chapter 2. After lying to her grandmother, she tells Kazuya why she lied. No matter what, I can't stop my job right now. She tells him sorry and she says thank you. Later, she explains to him exactly why she can't quit her job. She needs to succeed in that dream. That dream was important to her. The fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? What are you talking about? The hard stuff isn't that hard. Okay, I got another one for you, buddy. Kazuya's complimenting Chizuru. She's like, I'm a fuck up. I'm not good enough. I lack talent. Well, that's how it goes. That's just how the world works. Even if you try your hardest, it won't mean anything if there's someone who's better. I fucking suck. Even though that dream is out of reach for someone as talentless as me. Look at her beating herself up like a stupid fucking idiot in front of him. Look at her looking like a stupid shithead in front of him. She's literally degrading herself in front of him. Are you kidding? Okay, I'm gonna need you to stop babying Kazuya. You're absolutely babying him. There comes a point where your pain becomes an excuse. There comes a point where Kazuya uses his trauma as an excuse. Yeah, okay, he went through a lot. Fair. He absolutely did. Hawaiians was traumatizing. There comes a point where he's using it as an excuse. He absolutely is. For the cohabitation, it was understandable. I kind of got it. I'm like, okay, yeah, Kazuya's got a whole lot of fucking trauma. Shit's rough, bro. Shit's rough. Kazuya's going through a lot of fucking trauma. Shit's fucking rough, bro. I get it. Kazuya has a hard fucking time in the cohabitation. He got a month, dude. He got a month. He wanted some more time. He could have taken more time. He didn't. He chose the hard way. Now, are there things Chizuru is not telling Kazuya? Absolutely. Are there things Kazuya isn't telling her? Yeah. In fact, he's lying more than she is. There are things Chizuru isn't saying. Completely, yes. But Kazuya's lying way more than her. Kazuya's lying way more than her. And Chizuru's whole thing is that she uses lies to protect important truths. Chizuru doesn't just lie, she protects important truths. Like, bro, she gives a shit about him. She's actively shown him she gives a shit about him. Like, she's been honest with him. And I just think that's really silly to say she hasn't been honest with him, and now see, that's the thing. Like, the way I'm not liking our discussion because you're moving the goalpost constantly. What you want to do, unfortunately, Roman, is that you really want to validate Kazuya's pain. I'm not saying Kazuya's pain is invalid. I never said that. I'm just disagreeing with you that it is purely Chizuru's fault. I would argue it's more Mommy's fault. I would absolutely argue that it is more Mommy's fault. And that Kazuya has endured pain, but the problem is Kazuya is using that pain as an excuse, and it is no longer Chizuru's fault. And he's going to admit this soon. We're gonna talk about this later, okay? Kazuya will soon admit later, like maybe in like 10 chapters or something, he's gonna admit that he's been projecting his blame onto Chizuru this entire fucking time when it wasn't actually her. Because he chose not to learn the truth. He's been projecting a lot of his pain onto Chizuru, and in turn, you believe it. Many validates this for you too. They're like, it's Chizuru's fault for like putting him through all this shit. What is Chizuru actually doing? No, really. The only thing she did was Hawaiians. That's it. That's really kind of it. Literally, Hawaiians and the build up to Hawaiians is Chizuru's fuck up. That's it. That's really kind of it. Like, they were stuck in a cycle of hurting each other. While trying to help the other person. But literally, that's it. Chizuru fucks up in before Hawaiians and in Hawaiians. And of course, the 3-month time skip, which is both their faults. And that's it. After that point, Chizuru tries to fucking put in the effort. So, and understand, while this isn't necessarily about the chapter, it is absolutely relevant. Reiji is totally leveraging your perspective of Chizuru being a bad person. Remember, we talked about this in his Twitter spaces. He's like, I knew people would be mad at Chizuru. I knew they would. The only thing I didn't expect was how much of a big thing it would be. He knows, and he is leveraging your interpretation of Chizuru being a bad person and Chizuru hurting Kazuya. He knows you believe this. He has been leveraging this for quite a bit, intentionally so, because he knows a lot of readers believe this. And he is going to fucking pull that rug underneath your goddamn feet. You're going to feel like such a goddamn asshole. You're going to feel like such a goddamn fucking asshole when you realize how much she shouldered for him. How much she fucking went through for him and how Kazuya was using his pain as a fucking excuse. Like, bro. Like, when you realize it's literally that mask off moment, you're going to be like, oh, fuck. Oh, I'm a fucking asshole. Oh, fuck. For Chizuru being so open and honest is not a small effort thing, in my opinion, and something for Kazuya, but for different reasons. Kazuya lies out of fear, Chizuru more so to protect some things. Yeah, she protects important things to her. Well, Kazuya is lying to protect himself. You know, the thing that Minnie describes in chapter 272 or 73, let me check it. It's 73, I think. The way Minnie describes Kazuya here, ironically misses Kazuya for the trees. And it's kind of sad. It's right here. Minnie tells Chizuru, if I'm answering honestly, I know the final answer comes down to you. How do I put it? Maybe you could call it a dream. I'm around a ton of cute people, but to tell you the truth, none of them are like you, and most cute people tend to do things for attention, but you're never like that. And compared to the master, I guess you'd call him real. Look at how these words don't actually quite fit Kazuya. People are scaredy cats. Oh, that's out of my reach. No, I'm aiming too high. They find excuses to give up on things. What Minnie doesn't realize is she's somewhat idolizing Kazuya, and he is doing that. He is starting to do that. He's not giving up on Chizuru, but he is absolutely starting to do this stuff. She's somewhat idolizing Kazuya and putting him on the pedestal of this dream when in some ways he's more flawed and hurt than she realizes, you know? I'm sure they just want to protect themselves, that's all. He's just trying to protect himself. But when I think about the first time Master talked about you, to see someone's love outshine their fear is nothing short of brilliant. What matters most in life isn't the stuff you get buried with, it's all the moments that are burned into your memory. She's right, but she's missing Kazuya in her idolization of him. She's so busy admiring him, she doesn't realize he's a person too, and he is also struggling. And in this admiration, she has pushed Kazuya to aim higher and higher and do more and do more and do more and just... Kazuya being whipped? Wait, vapulated? Vapulated? Kazuya is being vapulated right now. He's being whipped. Are you saying like I'm whipping him? Are you saying I'm like whipping Kazuya? Or he's like whipped as in like whipped in the sense that like, you know, the girl whipped him into shape or something? Or that weird shit, you know. Let me double check it. Vapulated. Flogged or whipped, driving from the landward, striking. The act of beating or whipping. I mean, hey man, you can recognize Kazuya as fucked up, absolutely, but also realize he's still hurt too. You know, he has been treated unfairly. I never said he wasn't. I'm just saying Chizuru isn't as much as a fault as you think she is. Mommy has done infinitely more harm to him than Chizuru did. And if anything, Chizuru tried to stop Mommy's harm. A lot of Chizuru's actions stem from her trying to protect him. And yeah, she got scared and she made mistakes. You know, that's absolutely. And she did hurt him, yes. I've said this. And so has Kazuya hurt her. That's the truth of good writing. It's complicated. There's no right answer. They have absolutely both hurt each other. The only true answer that is left for Kazuya is to accept what he has done. Chizuru has accepted what she did. Kazuya has not. He's existing in La La Land. They're trying to rage bait you, don't mind their comments. Hey man, I just like correcting people. If they, and I got to that point where like, if they double down now, if they still try to double down now, like I'm just not going to engage. You can be in limbo for so long. You still need to do the hard work yourself. No one is automatically doing stuff for you. Whatever it does, like Minnie, it will not end well for Kazuya. Yeah, Kazuya right now, right, like he needs to face some fucking hard shit, you know. What is there that is left? What's there left to talk about? Was there anything we wanted to talk about for the chapter? If not, I'll call it, because we're about to hit 4 hours. Post-Hawaiians, everything points to Kazuya's pain avoiding. Other than trying to solve everything in one day, he's scared to have casual talks with Chizuru during cohabitation, not asking about the kiss. Yeah, there's so many, literally, it all makes sense. It all connects. Everything is there. He's the one who's pain avoiding. He's the one who's running away. He's the one who's lying. He's the one who's putting on a fucking mask. And that's the point. It's Kazuya slowly becoming comfortable dropping his mask, but now he's scared again. You know, but he has to confront the fact that he's going to feel pain. Kazuya doesn't want to feel any more pain, and it's like, I get it. You went through a lot of pain. You don't want to feel any more. I completely understand. This is the real world. You're gonna have to feel more pain. That's just the truth of reality. You're gonna have to feel more pain. It's gonna suck, I understand, but the outcome afterwards will be infinitely better than you running away from the pain. That is Kazuya's issue. He is running away from pain, and he must accept he will be getting more pain, and that is okay. Pain is not necessarily bad. He is afraid of doing anything that may result in a negative situation for him, pretty much. Chizuru saves Kazuya and Hawaiians. Yeah, Kazuya everybody was fucking murdering the dude. And Chizuru is the one who saves him. He saved her first, and she saved him in turn. That's the beauty of Hawaiians. It ends with them finally doing the one thing they wanted to do the entire arc. Save the other person. That's how the arc ends. It ends with them saving the other fucking person. They finally got to do what they wanted to do. Save the other person. Are you all right? No, you are all left. Yeah, I'm calling it. That's a great way to end today's fucking stream. I'm calling it, fellas. I'm gonna see you later. Bye-bye. Oh my god. I gotta adjust this. This is supposed to be zoomed in on me. Oh, there we go. And then, oh, there we go. Perfect. But I wonder if Ruko will follow Umi and Kazuya next chapter, just like Kazuya was stalking Chizuru and Umi. Correction. She's gonna follow Kazuya and Umi like Kazuya followed Chizuru and Mami. The other way around. Johan, wait, I had a quick question. Okay, shoot. Shoot, I'm waiting. Shoot your shit, bro. You got a little bit of time. Shoot your shit. Does Kazuya know how Chizuru's grandfather died? I can't remember. No, he doesn't. He just knows she died. He just knows he died. He doesn't know how he died. That's why I'm saying if Kazuya finds out how her grandpa died, he's going to be like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He's going to, literally, Kazuya finding out how her grandpa died is going to be important. I was literally saying this earlier. He doesn't know how her grandpa died. That's why I was saying it's going to be important. If he realizes how her grandpa died, oh, shit. He'd be like, wait, maybe a car drive might actually freak Chizuru the fuck out. I have a theory, Fate. Okay, share away. This is the time. If you're gonna share it now, so I can put you on fucking blast. I'm gonna go relax, play some fucking video games, lose yourself playing in the background. Wait, what? What if Chizuru uses the I want anything ticket to get Kazuya to not go to the driving school? Maybe. My theory, I think the anything I want ticket will not be used for that purpose. Rather, it is going to be something Chizuru is going to have to get comfortable with. Chizuru is going to have to get comfortable with the idea of Kazuya driving and that it will be okay. That is going to be about Chizuru confronting a fear, a deep-seated fear. It's going to be about Chizuru confronting and that's if we go that direction. It would be Chizuru confronting a deep-seated fear. As for what she would use the ticket for, my theory that I've said since the very fucking beginning, and I think it still is to this point, is Chizuru is going to use the ticket for either one of these two reasons. That's just my theory. One, she could say, tell me what you want. Use the anything I want ticket to tell me what you want. Two, open up to me. Tell me what you're feeling. Tell me the truth. Tell me what you're feeling. So those are my two theories. Those are the ones I'm clinging to. The anything I want ticket being used for Kazuya telling her what he wants, or her telling him, please open up to me and tell me everything. Okay, I also have a joke fast. Do you sometimes wonder why you wonder, only to wonder why you started to wonder about wondering? Okay, fine. Fine. There, you got a slight chuckle out of me. Okay, this is going to be the last thing, Bacon. Get it out of the fucking way, and I'm ending this stream. Come on. Imagine Chizuru asking for a kiss with the ticket. That would be kind of peak too. That would be kind of peak too. You know, that would be kind of fucking peak too. But Chizuru using the ticket on the birthday, you know, it's after Kazuya's birthday. That's when she uses the ticket, and it would be so thematically fitting for Chizuru to use the ticket to get Kazuya to get Kazuya to do what he wants, specifically because Kazuya has not been asked what he wants. Ruka ignores what Kazuya wants. She doesn't listen to what he wants. So imagine, as his gift for his birthday, Kazuya is asked, what do you want? Like, honestly, what do you want? Tell me what you want. Bro. That is a good-ass fucking gift. I'm secretly a closeted gay man. If you ask me if I'm gay, I'll tell you I'm not gay. What? What's the joke? I don't get it. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? I don't get it. What's the joke? But I feel like she'll use the ticket for herself and not for Kazuya. But I feel like she will use the ticket for Kazuya and not herself. Okay, fair. My theory is Chizuru will use the ticket for Kazuya to tell her what happened with Ruka. That's also completely possible. Bacon is all left. I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, he's all left. A gay man is someone who won't admit he's gay, so I'm telling you I'm not gay. Yeah, what's the joke? Is the joke that you're secretly gay? Well, okay. I'm not judging you any differently for it. I have like a bunch of gay friends. Cool. Sorry, I just but he won't tell you. But he won't tell you. Oh, he's telling me that he's not gay when he shouldn't be saying anything. Maybe am I too stupid? Am I just not getting it? It's a Norm Macdonald joke. It doesn't work over written text. Oh, well, there you go. Is this what is it, so you're supposed to not say it? Is that the point? You're supposed to kind of like not say it? Is that why it doesn't work? Oh. He's telling you he is gay with saying he is not gay. A deeply closeted man would not admit he is gay. Yeah. And then and that's just how it ends. So you just don't tell me. You just don't tell me anything. Okay. This is a weird fucking way to end. This is a weird fucking way to end this fucking stream. Respect other people. I don't give a shit if you're gay or whatever, man. I don't give a shit if you're gay, if you're trans or everything. Respect other people. They're just normal fucking people. That just let them live how they want to live. Leave them the fuck alone. Don't be fucking weird, okay? It's that simple. LGBTQ plus rights are human rights. Cool. Moving on. That's how we're ending the stream today, baby. I'm not a right-wing fucking dipshit. Bacon did it. Deep fried Johan's brain. Oh yeah, he absolutely did. He absolutely did. Oh. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Okay, so we got a few days. Today's Thursday, right? So we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I have 4 days. I don't have any orders right now or anything. What should I work on? I'm gonna see if there's. I'm gonna try to work on a few things in the background. I'm gonna try to do a few things in the background, and we'll. You may see it on YouTube. You may see it on Twitter. So just keep watch. I'm gonna be doing a few things in the background before the next chapters come out. I kind of been meaning to do some stuff in the background anyway, so I'll be working on a few different things. Why was mommy so persistent on ruining Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship? She was jealous. She used her trauma as an excuse to disguise her jealousy, but she also projected a lot of anger onto Chizuru because she thought Chizuru was lying to her and leading her on. She projected the manipulation her dad cast upon her onto Chizuru. And in reality, what it was is that she was putting onto Chizuru what she herself felt about who she is. Mommy's persistence in breaking up Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship is unfathomably layered, and it is not something that I can explain in simple terms right here. It is really, really layered. It has to do with her family trauma. It has to do with her envy. And in reality, like the deep-seated thing is that she just liked Kazuya. Mommy liked Kazuya from the start of the fucking series. Okay, remember how we're talking about Chizuru like Kazuya from the start of the fucking series? Mommy like Kazuya from the start of the fucking series. She already dated him and she liked him from the fucking start. She just wasn't honest with herself. So her persistence in trying to break them up stems from the fact that she really liked Kazuya and she was jealous over the fact that Kazuya was with Chizuru, and she in reality she wanted Kazuya all for herself. That's literally it. Mommy literally pushed him away, regretted it, and she's just like, fuck, I like him. Like, she realized she likes him after, and then she also got, like, caught up in her obsession with him and her addiction. There's so many layers to Mommy's reasoning for her persistence in the relationship thing that I'm just not going to get into here because I'm trying to end the stream. I'm going to end the stream now. Goodbye, GG's. See you guys later.